Chapter 10:17. Gu Zhuting's heart was in a difficult position. Princess Enlu was riding a tiger and couldn't back down, but she wasn't. She didn't care about that little bit of vanity. Compared to letting her man carry a heavy burden, she would rather let herself be laughed at. She knew that Yang Fan was rich, but Yang Fan might not be able to afford it. Although Jisai Hall was rich, it wasn't Yang Fan's money. Yang Fan might have a lot of shops, but he might not have that much money. Moreover, so what if he had that much money? If she spent so much of Yang Fan's money before marrying him, what would Auntie think of her? Not only would she offend Xiaoman, but Anu would also hate her. When she married into the Yang family, how would she live if Auntie and second mother didn't like her? Gu Zhuting looked at Yang Fan pitifully. Yang Fan touched his cheek. Face, Gu Zhuting made up her mind and shouted, 3 million. When this price was shouted, the entire East City was boiling. The news quickly spread from the old shop to all directions. Someone bought a dress for 2 million. Countless people flocked to the shop. When they arrived, the price of the dress was rising. It had already reached 3 million. The people in the shop were in an uproar. The workers' faces were all red. After today, which clothing shop in the world dared to say that it was more famous than Long Mao Old Shop? When Li Guer said 3,100,000, her voice and expression were numb. She didn't expect this result. If she knew it earlier, she wouldn't have stepped into this shop. She wasn't worried about the anger of her in-laws, nor was she worried about her husband's embarrassment. She was worried that if the other party raised the price again, the Wu family wouldn't be able to come up with so much cash. At that time, this dress wouldn't bring her glory, but humiliation of overestimating herself. 3,500,000. Yang Fan suddenly opened his mouth and shouted a price that made everyone hold their breath. He cupped his hands at Princess Enlu with a smile and said, "My dear wife, my wife likes this dress very much, please give it to me." Princess Enlu finally had a way out. She snorted coldly, flicked her sleeves, and left. When she walked out of the Long Mao restaurant, she was still as proud as a peacock. But in the end, she was still a loser. Even though the spectators were shocked by her beauty, their gazes were still filled with mockery. Princess Enlu was so angry that her heart was trembling. Yang Fan, I'll remember you." Du Wentian quickly followed behind her. Looking at Princess Enlu's stiff back, Du Wentian subconsciously touched his nose. His nose was still hurting from the slightest touch, but his heart was blooming with joy. He felt that this revenge was more and more likely to be avenged. Li Guer had lost face in Long Mao's old restaurant, so she didn't have the mood to continue shopping. After leaving the East Market, she angrily returned to her residence. Yang Fan bought the 100 birds dress and asked the shopkeeper to put it back in the camphor box. He also asked Rinwei to carry it, and the group left Long Mao's old restaurant. As soon as they left, the waiters in the store who had been patient for a long time immediately cheered. Shopkeeper Xian calmly said to the waiters who were cheering excitedly, all right. Look at how you guys are making a fuss. Hurry up and greet the customers." After shouting at the waiters, Xian turned and walked to the back hall. As soon as he opened the curtain and entered the back hall, he immediately clenched his fist and fiercely swung it into the air. With a soundless "hey!" he jumped more than a foot high despite his age. The second shopkeeper was shopkeeper Xian's nephew. He was originally in the back hall taking inventory, but when he heard the news, he ran out. As soon as shopkeeper Xian returned to the back hall, he immediately followed him and happened to see this scene. The second shopkeeper said excitedly, "Uncle, this business is going to be big, ha ha. The reputation of our Long Mao restaurant has spread far and wide in Chang'an. No, in the whole of Chang'an, no one can compare to us in glory." Shopkeeper Xian was beaming with joy, but he still pretended to be reserved and said, Quickly send a waiter to report to the owner." The second shopkeeper was stunned and said, "Uncle, isn't our owner still in Luoyang?" Shopkeeper Xian glanced at him and said, "Do you believe it? This store was bought by the Dugu family. I reckon that the owner is the Dugu family. However, because this store was originally the property of Minister Chun, the Dugu family didn't want people to think that they were taking advantage of the situation. On the day of the transfer, I was watching from the side. I saw it clearly. It was written on the contract that our owner's surname is Xie. Her name is Xiemuan. It's obviously a woman's name. Tell me, who would let a woman be the head of the household? Our owner might be the madam of one of the branches of the Dugu family. Listen to me and report the good news to the Dugu family." "All right, I'll get someone too." No, I'll go myself." The second shopkeeper changed into a new set of clothes and rushed out the door. In this short time, the news had already spread, and many people were rushing to Long Mao's old store. There were also many shopkeepers and waiters from other stores standing in front of their doors, gazing at Long Mao's old store from afar with envy. The second shopkeeper walked on the street. Although no one in the crowd rushing to Long Mao's old store knew that he was the second shopkeeper, his chest was still very high. After Princess Anil angrily returned to her estate, the noble ladies who had accompanied her for a stroll dispersed. As witnesses of today's fight for the riches, they could not wait to share what they had seen and heard with others, especially when the noble princess was the one who suffered a loss. This satisfied a certain entertainment mentality that was not known to outsiders. They embellished the news and spread it. Chong Ningho, Huang Jianyu, was the first to hear the news. Lu Zetian had accepted the lesson of being humiliated by Princess Anil yesterday and had arranged for a rather large residence for the Prince of Xiang's fifth son. The residence was right next to Marquis Huang's estate, so the banquet was held at the Huang residence. Wu Chongshuan was drinking with someone when the Marquis of Chong Ningho suddenly laughed and said, "Wu Royal Prince, did you know that Her Highness Princess Anlu is going to buy a magnificent 100-birds dress from the Long Mao shop in the Eastern Market today? This matter has caused a sensation in Chang'an." Wu Chongshuan was already 60 to 70% drunk. Hearing this, he shook his head and said with a smile, "Anlu loves gorgeous clothes the most. The Fu has already purchased no less than 100 pieces of gorgeous clothes, but she still enjoys it. There is really no helping it." Marquis Huang laughed. "That's right, 3 million to buy a dress. Such extravagance is truly astonishing." Wu Chongshuan's vision darkened and he sobered up from his drunkenness. He stammered, How much?" Marquis Huang slowly extended 3 fingers. 3 million. For a moment, the entire hall was silent. Wu Chongshuan was both shocked and angry. He slammed his wine cup down and shouted, 3 million? How is that possible? Even if that dress is made of gold, how can it be worth 3 million? This is clearly an unscrupulous merchant harming people. Anil has always been naive, so she must have been tricked. No, I have to go back. Marquis Huang laughed. Slow down. Royal Prince Wu, I only said that Her Highness wants to buy that dress for 3 million, not that she has already bought it. What are you so anxious about? This dress really isn't made of gold. Who can wear a dress made of gold? Haha, it is said that this dress was made from the feathers of 100 birds and the labor of 1,000 people. It took them 2 years to weave it. There is only one of this kind in the world, so it is priceless. However, Her Highness did not manage to buy it because someone paid an even higher price, 3,500,000, and bought it. The entire hall was in an uproar. A dress cost 3,500,000. Even if the people present were either tycoons or wealthy people, they couldn't help but be shocked. What surprised them even more was that there were people who were willing to spend millions to buy a dress, and they were competing with the princess. Wu Chongshuan was about to faint, but when he heard that the dress had been bought by someone else, he came back to life. He put on an act and said, "So this dress is so rare. Then the rarer something is, the greater its value. Since it is a rare item, it is worth 3 million. This Anil, if you like it, then buy it. It's only a few million, what's so great about it? Everyone had seen his expression change just now. Now that they saw him trying to look impressive, they all secretly laughed. However, they did not say anything. Li Longji put down his wine cup and asked with great interest, Marquis Huang, who was the one who offered a higher price than this prince's cousin? Marquis Huang smiled. That person is the loyal general Yang Fan. Everyone in the hall began to discuss after hearing this. Someone said, so it's him. This loyal general is really rich. This fellow is quite bold. He actually dares to compete with Her Highness. When Wu Chongxuan heard that it was Yang Fan, he could not help but feel grateful. If it wasn't for Yang Fan bidding 3,500,000, Enlu would definitely have bought the dress. How would he have ended up then? At that time, even if his parents agreed, he would still have to sell some of his land and properties to gather the money. If news of this got out, the Wu clan would become a joke. Something's not right. Why would Yang Fan spend so much money to buy a dress? Could it be that he saw that my wife liked this dress, so he threw $1 million to give it to Enlu to win her favor? Wu Chongxuan suddenly became suspicious. He had always treated Princess Enlu as a living treasure and was always worried that she would make him wear a green hat. The princesses of the Li clan were usually restless, and Enlu was astonishingly beautiful. It was no wonder that Wu Chongxuan was so vigilant. However, he didn't know that he couldn't keep an eye on her. Princess Enlu, who was like a treasure to him, had never tightened the sash on her slender waist. It was just that Yang Fan didn't care when she threw herself into his arms. At this moment, Marquis Huang said, I heard that General Yang had brought a beauty along with him. This dress was to be given to that beauty. I didn't expect a general like General Yang to be so protective of the fairer sex. Li Dan's eldest son, Li Qingqi, laughed and said, Haha, General Yang owns dozens of shops in the 3 cities of Luoyang and is extremely wealthy. Naturally, he is extravagant. It's just that throwing 3 million is really quite extravagant. As they spoke, Li Qingqi and his third brother, Li Longji, secretly exchanged glances. They didn't think that Yang Fan was only doing this to show off his wealth or to throw $1 million just to win a beauty's smile. Although Enlu was a daughter of the Li clan, she was now the daughter-in-law of Liang Wangu Sansi. What exactly was Yang Fan trying to express? Li Dan's 5 sons weren't simple. Among them, Li Qingqi and Li Longji were the most intelligent. In their eyes, Yang Fan was clearly trying to send a message to the world, but what exactly was he trying to express? In that instant, countless thoughts ran through their minds. Chapter 1018. If Yang Fan wanted to go to Longqing Square, he just had to pass through the Eastern Market. The East Market covered an area the size of 2 workshops. Usually, there weren't many people, but because of the news that someone from Long Mao's old shop bought a dress for 3,500,000 yuan, it attracted many bored people and became unusually crowded. Yang Fan and the others headed north and found that the streets were crowded. By the time they realized something was wrong and wanted to turn back, they were already halfway there. So they simply continued forward. Along the way, Yang Fan couldn't help but find it funny when he heard the people talking about what happened at Long Mao's old shop. After finally getting out of the Eastern Market, Yang Fan and the others mounted their horses and sped up. Gu Zhuting looked at the box in Ren Wei's hand and sighed with emotion. Back in the Cui family in Qinghe, she had seen large amounts of money coming in and going out, but that was other people's money. She didn't feel anything. It was just a number. This time was different. 5 million was the Yang family's money. The Yang family was her family, but it was used to buy a dress. Gu Zhuting couldn't bear to look back. Yang Fan suddenly turned around and smiled. You don't have to think too much about it. I made the decision to buy it. Gu Zhuting bit her lip and grunted. Yang Fan smiled again. Do you think that Xiaoman will be unhappy with you after spending so much money? Gu Zhuting's face immediately turned red when he saw through her thoughts. Yang Fan laughed. Don't worry. Xiaoman likes to make money, but she's not a miser. Besides, Yang Fan suddenly pulled the reins of his horse and signaled to Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was half a horse's length behind him. Seeing his signal, she hurried to his side. With a strange smile on his face, Yang Fan asked, I told you to hurry up and buy the shops in Chang and Dong and in Xi'an City. Who did you ask for help? Gu Zhuting said nervously, I don't know much about business, but I know the principle of cheating. If I buy shops as a foreigner, I'm afraid I'll be cheated. Moreover, I don't know what kind of business is the most popular in Chang'an. Therefore, I have entrusted this matter to the Dugu family. After Dugu Wentao's death, the Dugu family sent another person to be the Chao Ko at the Ba River. I entrusted this matter to him. The Dugu family has a reputation in this area. No one would dare to deceive them. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Yang Fan had a strange smile in his eyes as he said to Gu Zhuting, You really don't want to worry about me. In the end, you didn't even ask about which shops they bought? Why did you send all of them to me? Gu Zhuting hung her head down and said in a low voice, It's good that Ah Lang understands this matter. Besides, these shops will be handed over to First Lady to manage. I don't want to ask too much. Yang Fan held back his laughter and said, So, you don't even know that Long Mao restaurant is our family's business. I knew that the Dugu family wouldn't dare to bully Ah Lang, so I didn't. What? Halfway through her sentence, Gu Zhuting suddenly raised her head and looked at Yang Fan in astonishment. Yang Fan said with a smile, This Long Mao restaurant is our family's business. Haha, I didn't ask about it. It just so happened that your sister Wan had nothing to do after I got the book. So, I asked her to take care of it. I only glanced at it a few times, but I remembered the names of several shops. Long Mao restaurant was one of them. Of course, we wouldn't let the fertile water fall into an outsider's field. Who knew that we would bump into Princess Annal today? She couldn't wait to help us sell our own shop. Haha, it would be difficult for our Long Mao restaurant to not be popular now. Gu Zhuting was pleasantly surprised. She asked, Ah Lang, is that Long Mao restaurant really our family's? She suddenly realized that she had misspoken. Her pretty face turned red. Ah Lang had led her into the ditch. She wasn't married yet. How could she have the nerve to say that it was our family's? Yang Fan nodded with a smile and said, That's right. You don't have to worry about it now, right? Gu Zhuting nodded shyly and happily. She urged her horse to continue. She felt relaxed. She didn't have that heavy feeling anymore. They entered the Longqing Square. Gu Zhuting suddenly let out a soft cry when she saw the Longqing pond in her sight. Yang Fan looked at her in astonishment. Gu Zhuting gently raised her eyebrows and said in annoyance, Ah Lang, we should have sold that dress to the princess. That's 3.5 million. Yang Fan looked at her in astonishment. Then, he suddenly burst into laughter. He laughed so hard that he rocked back and forth. He almost fell off his horse. Gu Zhuting was bewildered by his laughter. She didn't know what was wrong with her words. Yang Fan laughed and shrugged his shoulders. He said to Gu Zhuting, You don't worry about getting along with Xiao Man in the future. You two will get along very well. Ha ha. Gu Zhuting bit her lower lip and blushed. She probably understood Ah Lang's teasing. He was probably saying that she and the eldest lady were both greedy for money. Gu Zhuting felt wronged. She was not greedy for money. She was just making plans for Ah Lang. How could a woman not help her man calculate carefully? Yang Fan said as he walked, She's been cheated enough today. I'm counting. The boy beside her spent about 300,000 yuan. She spent 200,000 yuan herself. That's a total of 500,000 yuan. She made a fool of herself and helped us make a name for ourselves. Haha, that's about it. If she's forced to pay 3 million yuan for this dress, she may not be able to do so. At that time, Wu Chongshuan will be angry and will do everything he can to deal with Long Mao's old store. It's good to quit while you're ahead. Once a lawsuit is filed, the store's business will be affected. not to mention who will win or lose. Besides, it's not good for me to confront the Wu family directly. If he knows that this store is mine, he will have more reason to renege on his debt. When Yang Fan heard the noise in Xingjiao Temple and walked out, Du Wentian had been beaten to the ground and was rolling around with his head in his hands. If it were Zhang Changzong, Shanghai Wan or even Xu Xiaomiao and Lan Yiqing, they would have recognized him. But Yang Fan didn't expect that the man with plaster on the bridge of his nose was the lecher who was beaten up in Xingjiao Temple. So he only called him that boy. Gu Zhuting didn't say anything after hearing Yang Fan's words, but she still felt a little regretful. 3,500,000 yuan. As for whether this deal would cause King Liang to sell his house and land, or cause Princess Annal to fall out with her daughter-in-law, she didn't care. Assassin Gu had never been a kind person. She would only turn into a little white rabbit in front of Yang Fan. When she was out of Yang Fan's sight, the little white rabbit would turn into a tiger. Shanghai Wan sat in front of her dressing table. She picked up a dark green hair ornament and gently inserted it into her jet-black hair bun. She looked at it in the mirror and smiled sweetly. Wan knew that Yang Fan would bring Gu Zhuting to see her today, so she dressed up seriously. She didn't dress as casually as she usually did. If it weren't for her big belly, no one would know that she was pregnant just by looking at her beautiful face in the mirror. After thinking about it carefully, Wan couldn't help but laugh. She had seen all kinds of grand occasions and important people. Why did Miss Gu care so much about her visit today? At the end of the day, the person she cared about was Yang Fan. She would naturally keep anything related to him in mind. Tuck, tuck, tuck. The door opened and Xu Xiaomiao's voice came from outside the room. Sister Wan. Shanghai Wan stared at the dignified and charming face in the mirror and adjusted the position of the hair ornament. Xu Xiaomiao walked in with a smile. She was about to speak when she saw her appearance and couldn't help saying, "Ah, sister, you are dressed up so beautifully today, just like a beautiful bride." Shanghai Wan glared at her and said, "You have a sweet mouth. What's the matter?" Xu Xiaomiao smiled and said, "Miss Lan just sent a message. Something happened in Chang'an today, and it's related to General Yang. Sister, do you want to hear it?" Shanghai Wan glanced at her, picked up the makeup and gently touched her moist lips. She said lightly, "You still won't say it. Are you asking for a beating?" Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting returned to the mansion and asked gently, "Are you tired?" Gu Zhuting shook her head. Yang Fan said, "Okay, I'll take you to see Wan first." Gu Zhuting hurriedly said, "Don't. Alang, can you wait a moment?" Gu Zhuting said embarrassedly, "I should dress up." Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. "Isn't this good? Wan is very easygoing. Don't worry." Gu Zhuting lowered her head and rolled up her sleeves. She said in a low voice, "But I should dress up. It's also a sign of respect for Sister Wan." Yang Fan laughed. He liked to see Gu Zhuting act like a little girl in front of him. It was just like how he used Niu to control Xiaoman. As long as they had different opinions or made Xiaoman angry, he only needed to use Niu magic. Once he said the two words, he would definitely be successful. Gu Zhuting obviously noticed it too. She knew that this was the easiest way to make him feel pity for her, so she was a little happy to act like a little girl. He slapped Gu Zhuting's plump buttocks and said with a smile, "Go, I'll give you an hour." Gu Zhuting knew that he saw through her little thoughts, so she ran away with a blushing face. Yang Fan said an hour, but in fact, he was preparing for 2 hours. When women dressed up, it was always endless. It was like this when he went out with Xiaoman or Anu. Yang Fan had long been used to their procrastination when dressing up. So when he said an hour, he estimated that he would only see Gu Zhuting after 2 hours. If he said an hour, he was afraid that it would be 4 hours later. But Gu Zhuting really came out in an hour. In an hour, she had actually taken a bath, changed her clothes, tied up her hair, put on light makeup, and lightly touched her lip. In fact, others could not see that she had dressed up, but with Yang Fan's familiarity with her, he could naturally see the subtle changes. Gu Zhuting was good at disguising, which was 100 times better than dressing up. She could disguise a young girl in her 20s into an old woman in her 80s, and an old woman in her 60s into a young girl in her 20s. She could even turn a man into a woman and a woman into a man. But when you looked at her face to face, you could not find the slightest flaw. Now, she only needed to do a little makeup, and her appearance had greatly changed. Looking at her appearance, it seemed that there was no change, but she looked at least 10 years younger, with a touch of childishness. Acting young in front of perhaps it was her natural psychological reaction. And very beautiful. Let's go see her. Yang Fan praised her with a smile, held her hand and walked out of the house. Gu Zhuting didn't know how many times she had climbed over the wall. In the past, she climbed over the wall to kill people, and the people she killed were usually not weak, but she had never been afraid. This time, she climbed over the wall to see someone. This person's hand was weak, but her heart was beating especially fast. Chapter 10:19. Seeing Gu Zhuting walk in, Warner immediately stood up and greeted her with a smile. Without waiting for Yang Fan to introduce her, she said warmly, "Sister Zhuting is here." Her smile was warm and gentle, making people feel like they were bathing in the spring breeze. It was the first time the two women had met, but her smile was like that of a very familiar friend. It made people feel incomparably intimate, but there was not the slightest hint of pretentiousness. In an instant, the distance between them was shortened. Compared to Warner's relaxed expression, Gu Zhuting's expression was clearly a bit uneasy. But her uneasiness was just right. At first glance, people could tell that it was because she had met the world-famous talented lady of Shangguan. She was a bit nervous because of the respect and admiration from the bottom of her heart. This kind of uneasiness naturally would not make Warner look down on her. Instead, she would have a good impression of her. Yang Fan looked at them with a smile. For this meeting, the two women had clearly put in a lot of thought. Warner had been by Wu Zetian's side since she was 14. She helped her sort out memorials, accompanied her to deal with state affairs, and watched her meet with officials. After many years of being influenced by what she had seen and heard, she naturally had a kind of wisdom and shrewdness in the court. And Gu Zhuting, who had assassinated a high-ranking official who had a lot of troops in his hands at the age of 13, also had a kind of Jianghu people's alertness and cunning. These skills allowed her to walk freely in the treacherous and unpredictable Jianghu, where danger lurked everywhere. It was naturally easy for her to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger in front of Warner. One was a palace minister whose knowledge and strategy in the court was not the least bit inferior to the current important officials who lived in the 8 residences and built the government offices. The other was a heroine in the heart of Jianghu who was not the least bit inferior to the heroes of Jianghu in the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, and the 5 lakes and 4 seas. The wisdom in the court and the courage in Jianghu were clearly more than enough to be used in the private residence and the boudoir. The two women revealed a smile. This time, it was a smile that came from the heart. Gu Zhuting sweetly called out, "Sister Warner." Yang Fan ignored them. It seemed that there was no need for his introduction. He walked over boldly and lay down on the Luohan couch. He rested his chin on his hand and looked at them with a smile. Warner was wearing a palace dress with subtle patterns. The folds of her dress were like the moonlight, flowing gently on the ground. It was more than 3 feet long. Her black jade-like hair was simply coiled into a flying fairy bun. She only had a green jade buyao in her hair. The buyao had a pearl on it, which made her look even more graceful and beautiful. Gu Zhuting wore a green robe with narrow sleeves. Her jet-black hair was tied up in a bun and wrapped in a green scarf. She looked smart and experienced. 2 locks of hair were neatly draped over her shoulders. Her hair was wet and glossy, shining like a mirror. Her forehead was lightly combed with a few locks of bangs. She looked elegant and charming, delicate and charming. As the two women examined, evaluated, analyzed, probed, contacted, and gradually began to get closer, Yang Fan rested his chin on his hand and smiled like an old thief. He could see that Shanghai Wanner, who was as gentle as a spring, was a veteran of Jianghu. Gu Zhuting, who was as beautiful as fresh snow, was also not a virgin. In terms of style, who could compare with Princess Taiping, who had the peony. In terms of temperament, even Princess Annal, who was the most beautiful in the world, had to admit defeat in front of Wanner. Gu Zhuting was originally a pretty daughter of a humble family. If she forced herself to be graceful, she would be like a servant following her master. She was like herself. This was who she was. Her way of showing herself was undoubtedly the most correct. The two of them put in so much effort. Did they want to suppress each other? Obviously not. Wanner disdained it, and Zhu Ting did not dare. In the end, they did not want to appear inferior in front of her man. The two women's intentions were to please Yang Fan. How could Yang Fan not laugh proudly? Shanghai Wanner and Gu Zhuting were both intelligent and cunning women. Of course, they understood why Yang Fan laughed so viciously. This bad guy had clearly seen through their intentions. So after a round of pleasantries, Wanner took Gu Zhuting's hand and warmly walked to the couch. She quickly rolled her eyes at Yang Fan. Gu Zhuting also took the opportunity to wrinkle her nose at him. Yang Fan saw the two of them approaching. He moved a little closer to the couch. Shanghai Wanner sat next to his thigh. She smiled and praised Gu Zhuting. Sister Zhuting is really not bad. Elegant and charming, gentle and generous. Erlang, how can all the good fortune in the world belong to you? As she said this, she stretched out her hand and patted Yang Fan's thigh. With this pat, her index finger and thumb quickly pinched his thigh. Who asked this fellow to laugh so obnoxiously? Gu Zhuting lowered her head and shyly said, "When I see Sister's expression, I feel that I am not worthy of Sister's praise. If Sister continues to praise me, I will be too ashamed to show my face." Wanner could praise her, but she could not praise Wanner. This was her duty. But it was okay to compliment her a little. It was not strange to be too polite. Yang Fan coughed and said, "We are family. You two don't need to be so polite. Listening to this kind of tune, my teeth are sore." "Well, actually, if you two have such thoughts, why don't you use them on me? If you can make me comfortable, that is better than anything else." With one sentence from Yang Fan, he tore off their mask. The two beauties were extremely embarrassed. They bit their lips and blushed. They secretly glanced at each other. When their eyes met, they suddenly laughed. The unfamiliarity was like a thin layer of ice. In the spring breeze, it turned into spring rain, wetting their watery eyes. When Li Guo returned to the mansion, she angrily rushed to her bedroom. Very soon, the bedroom was filled with wind and rain. This mansion belonged to the Du family. Naturally, Li Guo did not live in the guest room. The guest room belonged to the owner, Du Wentian. Anlu and Wu Chongxuan lived in the main room. Therefore, the furnishings in the room were extremely luxurious. A table, a cup, and a plate were all high-quality utensils. Under Li Guo's anger, all of them were destroyed. Li Guo did not regard this as an outsider. She really treated this place as her home. She smashed everything to vent her anger. She did not care that these things belonged to others. A large floor lamp made of 18 porcelain. It was as simple as a tree. There were all kinds of animals on it. Each of them had a candlestick. She swung the spring stool and smashed it into pieces. A red sandalwood screen with famous craftsmen fighting and the paintings of famous masters was splashed with ink by the 4 treasures of the study that she brushed aside. An antique shelf with all kinds of antiques was forcibly pushed down by her, and a 6-foot-tall bronze mirror embedded in the wall was originally shining with a clear light. It was an extremely precious object, but it was also smashed by the flower pot that she threw out, leaving a big dent in it. When the maids heard the smashing sounds in the bedroom, they all kept quiet out of fear. No matter if it was the palace maids that accompanied Li Guo in marriage or the maids sent by the Wu family, who did not know this princess and Lu was unruly and arrogant. When they heard her lose her temper, no one dared to go in and provoke her. After a long time, the smashing sounds in the room stopped. The maids were anxious but still did not dare to go in. At this time, Du Wentian came to the outside of Princess and Li's room. When he saw the strange expressions of the palace maids outside, he couldn't help but ask worriedly, "Is Her Highness angry?" One of the palace maids put a finger to her lips and made a shushing gesture. She whispered, "Her Highness is extremely unhappy. She is angry." Du Wentian knew that if he showed weakness today, Princess and Lu would definitely be unhappy. When he heard that she was angry, his heart tightened. He wanted to leave first but was afraid that if he did not apologize in time, he would make this beauty even more unhappy. After hesitating for a while, he said, "I want to see the princess." The palace maid hurriedly shook her head and whispered, "The princess is angry. Who dares to ask for an audience for you?" This was Du Wentian's house after all. It was not like the princess' residence. Du Wentian did not need to be so reserved. He thought for a while and plucked up his courage and said loudly, "Du Wentian wants to see the princess." After a while, there was no reply. Du Wentian was a little embarrassed. He was about to turn around and leave when he heard a faint voice coming from the room, "Come in." Du Wentian hurriedly entered the room. Once he entered, he saw a large hall. The hall was not messy. This was Du Wentian's house and he was very familiar with the situation inside. Once he saw that the princess was not here, he plucked up his courage and went around the screen. He saw that the inside looked like it was hit by a tornado. Many valuable objects were smashed to pieces. His heart ached. But when he saw Princess and Lu sitting by the bed, Du Wentian's heart skipped a beat and his throat immediately became dry. It was almost June and the weather was hot. Princess and Lu had smashed everything and her body was warm. She took off her outer garment and sat by the bed to sulk. When Du Wentian came in, Princess and Lu, who was so angry that she fainted, had forgotten that she was not wearing her outer garment. A beauty of unparalleled beauty wearing only her inner garment. Even though the inner garment would not expose too much skin, Li's undergarment was extremely thin and transparent. How could it hide her enchanting figure? Although she was still in a state of resentment, her beautiful face was still seductive. Her faintly discernible skin was astonishingly white and tender, exuding a faint halo, causing one's heart to sway and soul to be captivated. Du Wentian was infatuated for a moment before he came to his senses. He hurriedly went forward to pay his respects. "Wentian greets your highness." Du Wentian did not dare to look up. His greedy eyes only stared at that pair of snow-white skin and beautiful jade feet. He pretended to be respectful and said, "Your Highness, I did not expect such a situation to occur on my journey today. I did not bring enough money with me, causing your Highness to be humiliated. It is my fault. Today, I have specially come to ask for forgiveness from your Highness." Princess and Lu glanced at him. Even though Du Wentian hid it very quickly, Princess and Lu could still see that familiar look in his eyes. She had seen too many men like this. That kind of greedy desire, that kind of infatuated look, made her feel much better. Looking at the mess in the room, Lu remembered that this house was borrowed. Her family's princess residence in Chang'an had not been built yet. Du Wentian had already spent a lot of money on her today's journey. It was almost 400,000 taels. Even if she was a noble princess and Prince Liang's daughter-in-law, she would not have brought so much money with her. She was spending other people's money, using other people's money, and even smashing other people's things. How could she lose her temper? Thus, Li Guo waved her hand and said magnanimously, "Forget it. This matter cannot be blamed on you." Sit. "Thank you, your highness." Du Wentian hurriedly agreed. He picked up a brocade stool that had fallen to the ground and sat down on it. Li Guo let out a long sigh of relief. She pulled a pillow over and reclined on the couch. As she reclined, her snow-white, jade-like chest was immediately revealed. Duwentian watched as her jade-like breasts, which were as thin as cicadas' wings, lightly jiggled. His heart skipped a beat. His eyes sank into the white, tender cleavage, and he could no longer pull them away. He was originally a lecherous ghost. With such a beauty in front of him, if not for the fact that he still had a sliver of clarity in his mind and knew that this was the princess, he would be done for if he offended her in the slightest. He would have already pounced on her. Ligor angrily said, "This young fan has made a fool of me. I will definitely not let him off." Only now did Duwentian remember the reason for his visit. He hurriedly said, "Princess is right. I really do not understand. Yang Fan is merely a loyal general, a lower third-rank official. How could he have the guts to offend your highness in front of so many people?" Now that the Li clan was not in power, if Princess Enlo hadn't married into the Wu clan, there would be even more people who didn't respect her as a princess. How could she say such words? Thus, she angrily said, "This person is very close to Zhang Changzong and thinks that he has a high status. Naturally, he doesn't even respect me." Duwentian thought, Zhang Changzong is now the most popular person in the imperial court. Not to mention Princess Enlu, even King Liang does not dare to offend him. Yang Fan has curried favor with him. No wonder he is so arrogant. However, the emperor is already old. How long can he be arrogant for? This Yang Fan is just a short-sighted person. Duwentian felt a little disdain in his heart. He hurriedly said, "I see. No wonder a few days ago I saw him traveling with Zhang Changzong at Xingjiao Temple. That's right, at that time, there was also a beautiful woman with a scholarly aura beside them. The three of them were talking and laughing, and it was very harmonious." Enlil lazily said, "Is that so? Then it must be Shangguan Daiji." Duwentian smiled and said, "I do not know Shangguan Daiji. I do not know if it is her. That day, Yang Fan changed his name to Yang Qiao. That woman is Zheng Weiner." Enlu said, "Zheng Weiner? Shangguan Daiji's mother's surname is Zheng. Her name is Zheng Weiner. Isn't she using her mother's surname? Strange, they were just traveling. Why did they have to be so sneaky and change their names?" Duwentian shook his head and pretended to be confused. Could it be Shangguan Daiji? That Zheng Weiner is a pregnant woman. What? When Princess Enlo heard this, she immediately sat up. Her eyes lit up. "You are saying that Zheng Weiner is pregnant?" "Yes. Come closer and tell me in detail." Duwentian hurriedly agreed and moved the brocade stool to sit in front of her. As he got closer, a delicate fragrance assailed his nostrils. Princess Enli's thin and transparent large-sleeved gown was completely unable to conceal her snow-white, exquisite and curvaceous body at all. Instead, it made her even more alluring. Duwentian could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. If Zhang Changzong is traveling, which woman is qualified to sit on the same level as him? It can only be Shanghai Wanner. Moreover, that woman is called Zheng Weiner. But if she is Shanghai Wanner, how can she be a pregnant woman? Why would they hide their identities when traveling? Princess Enlu immediately saw something was wrong. Ligor had already noticed that Duwentian's eyes were a little dazed, but she didn't care at all. Instead, she deliberately leaned forward and put her pair of trembling breasts in front of his eyelids. She couldn't wait and said, "Quick! Tell me what you saw that day in detail." Chapter 10:20. Gu Zhuting and Shangguan Wan Er's first meeting as Yang Fan's woman did not last very long. In fact, the two of them got along very well. However, the two of them had grown up in different environments and received different educations. One was good at literature while the other was good at martial arts, so they did not have much in common. Of course, Shangguan Wanner immediately became Gu Zhuting's disciple when she found out that Gu Zhuting had an exquisite disguise technique. Everyone loved beauty, and all kinds of women had the same pursuit of beauty. Therefore, Xiaoman, Anu, Wan'er, and Gu Zhuting immediately had a common topic and gathered together to learn from each other every day. But this was a story for another time. If the two had not reached that point and sat for too long without a topic, the two would feel embarrassed. Therefore, Gu Zhuting quickly presented a gift and obediently said goodbye to Wan'er. Wan'er did not reciprocate with a gift. Gu Zhuting did not think there was anything wrong with it. Being able to get Wan'er's approval was already the best gift for her. She felt much more at ease. Yang Fan did not leave immediately. After Gu Zhuting said goodbye, Shanghai Wan'er looked back at Yang Fan, who was still lying lazily on the couch. She smiled and said, "Miss Gu is not bad. I like her. You are really lucky. Xiaoman, Anu, and Zhu Ting are all beautiful. More importantly, their temperaments are also good. The backyard is peaceful and peaceful. You are a blessed person." Haha, it seems that Shangguan Daiji has developed a habit of judging the poetry of the world in the court. You have begun to help your husband identify beautiful wives and concubines at home. Yang Fan smiled and moved closer to her. He held her shoulders and asked her to lie down with him. The two of them faced each other. Yang Fan kissed her plump and tempting lip. He said half jokingly and half seriously, "Shangguan Daiji has a pair of discerning eyes. I am relieved. Women always have to take care of their husbands and children. Beauty is only a temporary temptation. Temperament is the most important thing. I often travel from place to place. If it weren't for my woman being gentle and virtuous, I wouldn't be able to feel at ease traveling around." Shangguan Wan'er rolled her eyes at him and said coquettishly, "Stop trying to coax me. I only said that I like her. What does it have to do with you? Helping you identify it? If I say I'm not good, you won't want it? You really have your own ideas. Which of your women did I choose for you?" Yang Fan smiled mischievously and said, "Previously it was not convenient for you to leave the palace. Look, this time I brought him here for you. Even now, Lady Gu is still a virgin. Isn't there anything special about our family? Even the little baby in your tummy ran over on his own, causing you, as his mother, to suffer for him." As Yang Fan spoke, he kissed the plum blossom makeup between her eyebrows and gently stroked her belly. "Don't talk about him like that." Wan'er rebuked him and glared at him. She then buried her face in his chest and quietly said, "Lang Jun, I have something I want to discuss with you. I have a child, and now I have the tacit consent of the saints. I can safely give birth to him. But how to settle this child after he is born is a problem." At this point, Wan'er felt wronged in her heart, and her eyes were filled with tears. She buried her head in Yang Fan's chest. Yang Fan couldn't see her tears, but he could hear her sad voice. He couldn't help but hold her tightly and quietly said, "I have wronged you." Wan'er gently shook her head in his arms and quietly said, "I don't feel wronged. Wan'er's family has been ruined since I was a child, and I was made a palace servant. I thought I would be alone in the palace for the rest of my life. Now that I have you, Lang Jun, it is God's love for me. Now that we have our own child, I have nothing else to ask for in this life." Yang Fan was speechless for a moment. He hugged her tightly. After a long time, he said in a low voice, "I have thought about this matter carefully. It's just that I haven't come up with the most appropriate solution. Do you have a plan?" Wan'er gently nodded and said, "We cannot let the saints suspect you. I plan to give the child to my mother to raise after I give birth. At that time, I will say that my mother was adopted from the Shangguan clan. Lang Jun, do you think this is okay?" When Wan'er asked, she was secretly nervous. Although the child was born by the mother, the child always belonged to the father. The father's bloodline was the deciding factor. The mother had no right to decide the child's ownership. It had been like this for thousands of years. Even if Wan'er was doing this because of her special situation, she still had some selfish reasons for making this arrangement. She was afraid that Yang Fan would not agree. She wanted to settle the child with the adoption method. That way, she could rightfully become the child's mother. She could openly look after the child. But this way, the child would be crowned with the surname Shangguan. Even if the child could be recognized in the future, at least it would be Shangguan for now. As the father, would Yang Fan be willing? Moreover, it would be convenient for her to visit the child as a mother, but it would be very inconvenient for Yang Fan to visit the child as a father. Maybe he could only fly on roofs and run on walls like a cat burglar to take a look at the child at night. When the child was a little older, it would be even more inappropriate for him to show his face in order to prevent the child from revealing this secret. So Warner was very nervous. After hearing Warner's words, Yang Fan seriously thought about it. In reality, Yang Fan did not think as much as Warner worried. Warner had suffered a lot for him. Even if her method was mixed with some selfish reasons, it was still a mother's instinct. Also, after the child was born, the Empress would definitely pay attention. It was not very realistic for him to bring the child back to his home to take care of. In reality, Yang Fan had thought of using the method of stealing the beam and replacing the pillar to bring his own flesh and blood home. But if he did that, he would first have to get a child to pretend to be his. This meant that there would definitely be a mother who would lose her child. Even if he could buy it with a lot of money, wouldn't he have to first make his own child bear a debt when he was born? Moreover, if that happened, it would not be convenient for Warner to see her own flesh and blood. Instead, she would have to often go to the child who was not her flesh and blood to give her maternal love. This was very cruel to a mother. Yang Fan thought about it and nodded. I can't think of a better way. Your idea is very good. Let's do it this way. But in this way, the child has to be surnamed Shangguan. Yang Fan gently said, that doesn't matter. Even if the child cannot be crowned with my surname, what flows in his body is still my blood. Shanghai Wana listened with surprise and joy. She did not think that Yang Fan would agree so easily. She was born in a wealthy family. Although she entered the palace at a young age, her mother, Madame Zheng, did not give up on her education. She knew from a young age that the family was more important than the individual and the family. In order to protect the family members should not hesitate to sacrifice themselves. This idea had been deeply embedded in her bones. All the interests that the family members protected, in the end, were for the inheritance of the family. And the most basic requirement for inheritance of a family was blood. Therefore, a wealthy family would never consider the thoughts or feelings of a woman and hand over the child, who should be crowned with their own surname, to an outsider to raise. But Yang Fan agreed. Warner was inexplicably grateful. Lang Jun, she hugged Yang Fan and was so moved that tears flowed down her cheeks. She knew that with Yang Fan's ability, after the child was born, it was completely possible for him to secretly swap the child, or simply cause the child to die prematurely, and then bring their own flesh and blood back to the Yang family. He did this completely for her sake. Warner said gratefully, to have such a good husband like Lang Jun is the greatest fortune of my life. Yang Fan laughed shamelessly and said, of course, if your husband doesn't treat you well, who else should I treat well? Look, I even spent a few million yuan to buy you a dress today. Don't doubt me, the 100 birds feather dress that Zhu Ting gave you just now is really worth a few million yuan. Warner couldn't help but laugh and said, is it 3,500,000? Yang Fan asked curiously, huh? How did you know? Warner snorted and said, the Dugu family sent a letter. I was the one who asked shopkeeper Xin to buy that dress. Yang Fan was stunned. There's such a thing? Warner rolled her eyes at him and said, you're really a forgetful person. You bought so many shops in one go, but you're the shopkeeper who doesn't have to do anything. You also said that Xiao Man is still in Luoyang, so you want me to take care of it first? The original owner of this Long Mao shop was Chen Guogong. After Chen Guogong was imprisoned, the shop's business was affected. By the time we took over the shop, the first place in the clothing and hat shop in Dong City had already been taken by someone else. It's not convenient for me to go out, so I only made some simple arrangements for each shop. I couldn't come up with a good idea at the moment, so I let them spend 400,000 to buy this unparalleled dress. With this treasure of the shop, their reputation and status would be improved. Who knew that it would be bought by you, the owner? Yang Fan was stunned for a while and said with a smile, "It's a mistake. Haha, no matter who bought it, this dress was sold for a sky-high price of 3,500,000. With this reputation, no one can shake our Long Mao shop's position in the pugilistic world. However, even if it's my own, didn't I still buy it for you? Who do you think I'm so good to?" As if. Warner lightly spat at him and said angrily, "You and Enlu are fighting for wealth, and now everyone knows about it. How can I still wear this dress? Once I wear it, who doesn't know that it's a gift from you? You're a man, so why did you spend millions to buy clothes for me? Tell me, why didn't I give Miss Gu a greeting gift just now? First, I really didn't have anything suitable to give her. Second, I thought about it at the time. I don't have the fortune to enjoy this feather dress that's worth millions. You should take it back and wait for the day she marries and make it into her wedding dress." Yang Fan beamed and said, "That's a good idea. Warner is really thoughtful." Warner said suspiciously, "Really? You didn't think about this long ago, did you? First, you generously gave it to me and made me happy. Then you took it back and gave it to your bride to wear." Yang Fan hurriedly shook his head. "Look at you. When have I ever schemed against my own woman? Giving you a greeting gift was something Zhu Ting thought of on the spur of the moment. I've always been a careless person. I didn't even think of this kind of thing. How could I have thought of such a despicable method?" Warner curled her lips and said, "You, aren't despicable. But to say you're careless? Who would believe that?" Yang Fan moved closer to her ear and mysteriously said, "Your husband is really careless. However, there is one thing that is extremely rough. Miss Warner, you must have a deep feeling about it." At this point, Yang Fan arched his body forward. Warner immediately felt something hard on her thigh. It was pressed against the thin dress, and there was a shocking heat. This fellow had eaten too much tonic, and his body was a bit too strong. As he spoke, he became aroused. Warner's pretty face blushed. She turned around and said angrily, Go find your Miss Gu." Yang Fan took the opportunity to push against her plump buttocks and whispered in her ear, "I want you now." Warner's heart felt a little numb from his push, but she didn't dare to be presumptuous. She turned around and pushed him, saying, "All right, you're so clingy. Go back quickly. My body is getting heavier. What if I hurt the child?" Yang Fan didn't dare to take the risk. He was just teasing her on purpose. Hearing her words, he still wanted to act obedient. He purposely sighed and lay flat on his body. His head was like a big tent, and his face was full of desire. Warner couldn't help but want to laugh. She said to Yang Fan, "Xiaoman and Nu will only come to Chang'an in a few months. I think you and Miss Gu are already ready. There's no need to inform them. Just take Miss Gu as your room tonight." Tonight? Yang Fan thought of the thousand-faced female assassin who could be flirtatious, charming, immature, pure, and unpredictable. He couldn't help but feel his heart palpitate. The flagpole under his crotch was immediately raised higher. That day, I went to Xingjiao Temple to offer incense. I saw a group of people in Xingjiao Temple. It was really extravagant. When I was offering incense, I saw that Yang Fan called himself Yang Qiao. He also said that the pregnant woman was his wife, and her name was Zheng Wan. They all donated a lot of money. Zhang Changzong's name on the merit book was Zhang Lu. The reason why Du Wentian knew so much about their names was that he was unwilling to give up. After the incident, he went to check their names again. With his identity, he could naturally check the merit book of Xingjiao Temple. Because of this, he was even more certain that the three people were Zhang Changzong, Warner, and Yang Fan. Li Guo patiently listened to him. She sat cross-legged on the couch, her body slightly leaning forward, one hand on her leg, and the other supporting her chin. Her movements were like an innocent and beautiful little girl, but her body had already matured. Looking through the middle collar that was as thin as a cicada's wing, her skin was snow-white and smooth, and the twin peaks on her chest were plump and round, exuding a kind of seductive brilliance that made men salivate. When she sat up straight, he couldn't see anything other than a seductive cleavage. However, he could still vaguely see the outline of her breasts through her clothes. She wasn't wearing a bra, so her twin peaks were pressed against the thin clothes. There were 2 protruding spots on the clothes, faintly revealing a touch of flesh red. Du Wentian felt his throat go dry as he looked at her. Princess Annel listened to him patiently. She excitedly jumped down from the couch and walked back and forth on the ground with her bare feet. It must be her. It must be Waner. Zhang Chongzong wouldn't treat anyone else so courteously. No wonder Imperial Grandmother couldn't be apart from her, but sent her away this time. She's pregnant. That's strange. Who could that bastard be? Princess Annel didn't suspect Yang Fan. First, Yang Fan didn't have many opportunities to enter the palace, and the possibility of him having an affair in the palace was almost zero. Second, she had heard rumors that Waner had close relationships with the scholars of the capital. She didn't expect that this talented woman would have an affair with a martial man like Yang Fan. Instead, she thought of those scholars. It was likely that Waner's lover was among them. Du Wentian lightly lowered his head, and his infatuated gaze followed Li Guer's pair of snow-white jade-like, delicate and graceful feet. The soles of her feet were fair and tender, and they were so thin that they didn't expose her bones. Her bright red nail polish, her silkworm-like toes, her delicate and round ankles, and every inch of her skin and every curve had a kind of magic that made one infatuated. Princess Annel only had a gossipy mentality at first, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt it was unfair. She got pregnant before marriage, and Imperial Grandmother treated her with disdain. Because of this, she had to keep a low profile when she gave birth to a little prince for the Liang mansion. Otherwise, she could have used this opportunity to make a big deal and collect a generous gift. As a result, Waner fooled around and got pregnant with a bastard. Imperial Grandmother took care of her and tried to cover it up for her. She sent her to Chang, and to take care of the baby in the name of repairing the palace in Chang'an. Why? Jealousy made Li Guer instinctively want to make a fuss about this. Then, she thought of Yang Fan. Yang Fan once said in Xingjiao Temple that Shangguan Daiji was his wife? A cold smile slowly appeared on Li Guer's beautiful face. Imperial Grandmother cares about her reputation the most. It's fine if this matter hasn't been spread out. But once the whole city knows about it, it can't be cleaned up. No matter how favored Waner is, Imperial Grandmother will have to kill her. As for Yang Fan, since you dare to treat me like this, I'll make it real. We'll lose our reputations and be beheaded together. The more Princess Annel thought about it, the more excited she became. She suddenly turned around and said, "Mr. Du." When Princess Annel stood up, she paced back and forth in the room. Rays of light shone through her body, and her cicada-like undergarments couldn't hide her at all. Instead, it made her graceful figure even more enchanting. Du Wentian looked at her naked body, and his body had already unconsciously reacted. Her graceful curves, plump and slender thighs, slender waist, plump and round buttocks, and pointy breasts, Du Wentian was completely captivated by her. His lower body stiffened. Fortunately, the robe was wide and easy to cover, otherwise, he would have made a fool of himself in front of everyone. But when Princess Annel suddenly turned around, she still noticed something from his flushed face and heavy breathing. When Du Wentian was called, he suddenly raised his head and said, "Princess, what are your orders?" Princess Annel's coquettish eyes glanced at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. She suddenly bit her lower lip and swayed her hips as she walked towards him. In just a few short steps, she swayed gracefully. She walked until she was in front of Du Wentian, and the tip of her sharp chest lightly touched Du Wentian's body. She then said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Du, what were you looking at just now, Du Wentian said in a hoarse voice, Princess." Princess Annel's smile became even sweeter. Her chest puffed out again, and her warm and soft little hand lightly grabbed Du Wentian's trembling and hot palm. She said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Du, do you think I'm beautiful?" Beautiful, as beautiful as a fairy. When Du Wentian's hand was grabbed by her, he was so excited that he shivered as if he had malaria. Suddenly, his mind exploded with a boom, because Princess Enli's hand, which was grabbing onto him, suddenly rested on her soft waist, and even lightly moved upwards, moving towards her soft and warm chest that was as soft as a pigeon's breast. Du Wentian's throat made a gurgling sound. It was unknown whether he was crying or laughing. He suddenly opened his arms and suddenly hugged Princess Annel. Princess Annel stood there with a smile that wasn't a smile. She only turned her head to avoid his kiss, but her body didn't move at all. Du Wentian carelessly licked and kissed her smooth, jade-like face like a little puppy. His hands also began to move up and down. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring, it had to be released. The current Du Wentian, even if Wu Chongxuan caught him red-handed and took his life, he didn't care. Right now, he only wanted to possess this peerless beauty. Even if he died, he would still be a romantic ghost. But suddenly, he let out another strange moan. His entire body stopped in place. Princess Annel's slender and boneless little hand was holding onto his erect penis. An extreme pleasure almost made him collapse. He wanted to enjoy this kind of blissful feeling for a while longer, so he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that the slightest stimulation would cause him to lose control. Princess Annel lightly bit her thin lips and looked at him with a smile that wasn't a smile. She said in a sweet voice, "Mr. Du, you're very brave." Du Wentian was like a wild beast in heat. He panted heavily and said, As long as I can kiss your highness, even if I have to immediately die. I am willing." Princess Annel giggled. Du Wentian suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. He covered his lower body with both hands and curled up on the ground like a prawn. Princess Enlu elegantly combed her hair and squatted down gracefully. She still had a seductive look on her face as she gently caressed Du Wentian's face, which was contorted in pain. "Even if you want to die a horrible death, you can't drag me down with you. What kind of place is this? There are so many people outside, yet you don't care. You stinky men, all of you are the same." Princess Enlu slowly stood up and tidied up her clothes. Her face regained its prideful, noble, and inviolable demeanor. However, her jade-like feet were gently lifted up and lightly stepped on Du Wentian's face. "Young Master Du, you're a man of striking appearance and elegance. This princess actually likes you very much. It's just a pity that at this time and place, it's really not suitable for anything to happen. Just now." Princess Annel suddenly and fiercely pinched his balls. It was so painful that Du Wentian couldn't breathe. The fire of lust in his chest was replaced by extreme pain. However, when those beautiful feet temptingly stepped on his face and he heard Princess Annel's words, Du Wentian immediately fell into a state of excitement again. He stared longingly at Princess Annel, like a lowly dog waiting for its owner to throw a bone to it. Princess Annel swayed her beautiful buttocks and leisurely walked to the bed. She said indifferently, "You can leave first. Don't tell anyone else about the Shangguan waiting system. Wait until I find out what's going on." Yes. Du Wentian greedily stared at that full moon-like buttocks. He wanted nothing more than to transform into an angry arrow and fiercely stab into that full moon. However, he didn't dare to be presumptuous. His goddess had already given him hope. He could wait for a suitable time and a suitable place. He retreated and crawled to the side of the screen. He reluctantly stared at the beautiful naked body that made him infatuated. Only then did he stand up. When he walked to the door, Du Wentian touched the cheek that Princess Annel's beautiful feet had just stepped on. He then sniffed the palm that had just touched Princess Annel's soft breast. He was intoxicated. Not long after Du Wentian excitedly left, Li Guo'er, who had put on a coat, appeared at the door. With a frosty expression, she said to the group of servants standing solemnly in front of the door, "The few of you, clean up the room. You, tell the servants to prepare a carriage. I want to go to Longqing Lane immediately and pay a visit to the Shangguan waiting system." Chapter 10:21. Wanner tried her best to coax the annoying man away. Yang Fan's harassment made Wanner blush, and her body felt a little strange. She quickly lay back on the bed and calmed her heart. She needed a good rest. The child would be born in half a month. Even though Wanner's body had always been strong, she became more sleepy than before. Maybe it was because of the pain in her waist from carrying a big belly, or maybe it was because of the hot weather in early summer. In short, she had to take 2 naps every day to get rid of her fatigue. Today, she had spent too much time waiting for Yang Fan and Gu Zhuting. After that, she chatted with Yang Fan for so long. At this time, she was really tired and fell asleep after a while. But Wanner did not sleep for long. Every time, she would just take a nap and wake up in about an hour. When Wanner was about to take a nap, she would inform Xiao Miao beforehand. Xiao Miao would then inform the palace maids in the back of the residence to stand guard around the bedroom with bamboo poles to chase away the birds so that they would not make any noise and disturb her rest. But today, Wanner had only slept for a while when she heard a sharp and unpleasant cry. Wanner was woken up by the cry. She raised her head from the pillow and listened. She heard the voice of the sapling outside the window. Where did this wild cat come from? Kill it. It dares to run away. Another palace maid said, it climbed the wall. Forget it, just chase it away. This is the cat that the owner of this house raised. It seems to be raised by the chef. After they moved out, this cat stayed. Xiao Qing, don't you often feed it? It's this cat, right? The palace maid named Xiao Qing said angrily, Isn't it? I feed it every day. This stupid cat, it turned its back on me and even wanted to scratch me. It's biting the hand that feeds it. The sapling giggled. Didn't you hear its cries? This stupid cat is male. It's in heat. Male cats in heat love to scratch people. Stay away from it in the future. Be careful that it doesn't scratch your face. Xiao Qing spat at her in embarrassment. What are you saying, a cat can molest me? Xiao Miao smiled and said, It's not that I'm molesting you, but this beast likes to attack people when it's in heat. When it's angry, it won't even recognize its own master. Don't expect it to remember your kindness just because you fed it something. Another palace maid giggled and said, I think it just thinks you're pretty and thinks you're a female cat. It wants to be a pair with you. Little Qing, I think you should just give in to it. You little wench, talk nonsense, see if I don't tear your mouth off. Shu Xiaomiao quickly said, All right, you two stop fooling around. Don, don't wake Wanner. Shangguan Wanner heard it clearly in the room and couldn't help but laugh. She couldn't help but laugh. She lay back on the pillow and suddenly thought of Yang Fan. Yang Fan had already told her about his painful experience of taking supplements every day. It was reasonable to say that a young and strong man like him, who had not been close to a woman for nearly a year, was already considered to have been a loner for a long time. It was hard for him to endure it, not to mention that he had eaten so many tonic. Wanner couldn't help but chuckle when she thought that her Langjun was also as aggressive as a male cat in heat these days. In this era, it was normal for men to go to the brothel. It was not only a place for men to have fun, but it was also a place for them to make friends and meet each other. Therefore, even if a man went there openly, his wives and concubines were impeccable. However, the famous Pingkong Lane was not far from Longqing Lane. Langjun was clean and had never been to such a place. Wanner's heart was filled with happiness when she thought of how he agreed to her arrangements for the child. Actually, if she really wanted to bring the child back to the Yang family, there would definitely be a way. Yang Fan agreed to her plan. In the end, he was thinking from her point of view and took care of her feelings. She was so lucky to have such a gentle and considerate husband. Wanner was no longer sleepy. She lay on the pillow and quietly thought about how good Lang Jun was. It was like a sweet stream of water slowly flowed into her heart, filling her heart with warmth and happiness. In the courtyard, after Xu Xiaomiao, Xiao Qing and a few other palace maids had chased away the male cat in heat, they were afraid that it would return. A few of them held bamboo poles and guarded the front and back of the courtyard, on high alert. At this time, Lan Yiqing quickly walked into the courtyard. Aside from Wan Er's 8 personal maids, only Lan Yiqing and Gao Ying were allowed to enter without being notified. Xu Xiaomiao saw Lan Yiqing and quickly greeted, "Sister Yiqing." Lan Yiqing said, "Xiao Miao, Princess Annel has arrived and wants to see Sister Wanner." Xu Xiaomiao said in surprise, "Princess Annel? She isn't familiar with Sister Wanner and usually doesn't interact much. What is she doing here?" Lan Yiqing said, "Who knows what she wants? Maybe she wants to curry favor with Sister Wanner." Xu Xiaomiao said, "Sister Wanner is in such a state, how can she go see her?" Lan Yiqing said, "But she is a princess. How can we decide for Sister Wanner? Let's report and let Sister Wanner decide." Xu Xiaomiao said, "Sister Wanner is taking a nap. Tell her to wait." Li Guo was a princess, but Shanghai Wanner was the #1 person in front of the emperor. The relatives of the emperor were never the closest people to the emperor. Even the relatives of the emperor had to curry favor with the officials close to the emperor. Now that the empress had made the Prince of Luling crown prince, and it didn't seem like he was just a puppet for show this time. The status of the Li royal family had increased, but other than Princess Taiping, who was deeply favored by the empress, Shanghai Wanner still didn't need to care about the other royal families. Xu Xiaomiao's words were a bit arrogant, but if she really did it, it wasn't a big deal. Shanghai Wanner had already faintly heard the conversation between the two from inside the room. She called out, "Yiqing, come in." Lan Yiqing hurriedly opened the door and entered the room. Shanghai Wanner had already sat up and asked, "You said Enlu is here and wants to see me?" Lan Yiqing hurriedly repeated what Princess Enlu wanted to see Shanghai Wanner. Shanghai Wanner couldn't help but frown slightly. She felt it was strange why Princess Enlu wanted to see her. The two of them rarely interacted in the past. Even when Wanner often left the palace, the people she interacted with were scribes. Although there were some princesses' wives, because of their age and seniority, the people Wanner interacted with were completely different from the people Princess Enlu interacted with. Why did Princess Enlu suddenly come to see her? Based on Shanghai Wanner's understanding of Enlu wasn't the kind of woman who pursued everything. It was impossible for her to come to visit just because she didn't lack etiquette. If it was to strengthen the relationship with her, then it was even more impossible for Princess Enlu to decide. It could only be the intention of the Li family or the Wu family. But which family could Princess Enlu represent? The Wu family or the Li family? No matter which family, if they wanted to strengthen the relationship with Shanghai Wanner, with Princess Enli's overly sensitive and unclear identity, she was clearly not the most suitable envoy candidate. Then, why did she come? Lan Yiqing saw her frown and didn't speak for a long time. She couldn't help but ask, "Does Wanner Jiejie really want to see her?" Wanner shook her head and said, "How can I see her in my current state? Of course I can't see her. But..." Wanner thought for a while and said, "You go. Just say that I have a minor illness and won't see any guests. I am grateful that Princess Enlu came to visit. I will personally visit her another day. Ask her to go back first." No matter what Princess Enli's purpose was, since she was already in front of the manor, she should at least see her. Otherwise, it would be impolite and unreasonable. But with Wanner's current state, she definitely couldn't see her. Even if she had some suspicions, Wanner didn't believe that she would guess that she was pregnant. As for impoliteness, with her current status, she really didn't care. Lan Yiqing agreed and quietly retreated. Juana raised her head slightly and thought for a long time. She was still full of confusion. She instinctively felt that there must be more to Princess Enli's inexplicable visit today. But she still couldn't figure out Princess Enli's possible purpose. Ever since she came to Chang'an, there was only one time when she wanted to make a move. She asked Yang Fan to accompany her to Fanchuan. At that time, Princess Enli hadn't arrived in Chang'an yet. Also, when she visited Fanchuan, she purposely concealed her name. How could her identity have been exposed? Juana would never have thought that the lecher she had punished that day would actually be acquainted with Princess Enli and see through her identity. In Chang'an, there shouldn't be anyone who would recognize her. Juana lay down lightly. The more she thought, the more uneasy she became. She couldn't guess Princess Enli's purpose in coming, but this didn't affect her vigilance. After thinking for a long time, Juana called out, "Xiao Miao, come in." After Princess Enli heard the big secret of Juana's pregnancy from Du Wentian, she immediately rushed to Longqing Lane. She also knew that since she had never interacted with Shanghai Juana, her sudden visit would be rather abrupt. But she also knew that with her status as a princess of the Li clan and a daughter-in-law of the Wu clan, unless Shanghai Juana truly had some shameful reason, she would never be slammed at the door. Shangguan Juana was extremely powerful in the palace, but she never revealed her edge. She maintained a close yet distant relationship with the Wu clan, the Li clan, the Second Zhang clan, and even the Prince of Xiang's various factions. Since she had come to visit, it was best for Shangguan Juana to invite her in and entertain her for a moment. This was the most appropriate way of handling matters. Thus, the proud and arrogant Princess Enli wanted nothing more than to be slammed at the door. If Juana refused to see her, she would lose face. This was the result she wanted to see the most. This would prove that Juana truly had something to hide, and only then would she be able to continue with her plan. She got her wish. Du Wentian had begged to be beaten at Xingjiao Temple, and he had gotten his wish. Princess Enli had run to Longqing Lane to ask to be slapped, and she had gotten her wish. Lan Yiqing came out of the rear residence and went straight to the gates of the estate. He cupped his hands to Princess Enli, who was waiting in the carriage, and reported, "My lord has caught a minor illness and is not feeling well. It is not suitable for me to see any guests today. My lord has said that I have troubled your highness to visit, and that I will visit your highness another day." Princess Enli couldn't help but be overjoyed at this. Given her usual temper, being treated so coldly would have made her angry and resentful, but at this moment she was only filled with joy. Enli faintly smiled. "Enli has come at a bad time. Since this is the case, I will take my leave. Please tell Shangguan my lord that once my lord has recovered, I will visit again." Princess Enli waved her hand, and the maid standing in the carriage let down the bamboo curtain. The coachman cracked his whip and drove 2 strong green oxen to pull the green oil carriage, and slowly left the estate. Princess Enli excitedly blew her fist in the carriage. When she heard Du Wentian speak of this matter, she was already 70% convinced. Now that Shanghai Juana had rudely refused to see her, she was 90% sure. But Princess Enli only felt that she had made a brilliant move. With just a little probing, she had grasped Juana's background. She didn't know that Juana had always been cautious and alert, and that her sudden visit was also illogical. Just as she was leaving Longqing Lane, Juana had already sent Xu Xiaomiao to inform Yang Fan. Princess Enli excitedly returned to the Du residence. Wu Chongxuan had already returned from the banquet, and when he saw her, he said, "My lady went to visit Shangguan my lord? With my lady's status, why would you condescend to visit him?" Princess Enli rolled her eyes at him, and snappily said, "What status do I have? Do you think Shangguan Juana can enter her eyes?" Wu Chongxuan saw that she was unhappy, and quickly smiled. "Ah, your husband heard that my lady fancied a 100-bird feather dress in the East Market today, but it was bought by someone else? My lady, since you like it, then buy it back. It's just a few million, our Wu family." Princess Enlu put on a brave face and said, "What about our Wu family? Just a few million? You have the nerve to say that, can you afford it? And you are the crown prince of Liang Wang, but what do you have compared to your brothers? How much did that old fart of yours allow you to use? Just a few million? You eat the ashes of the grass and let out light farts." There were many palace maids and eunuchs waiting by his side. Wu Chongxuan was lectured by his wife in public, and his face alternated between red and white, but he didn't dare to say anything. Princess Enlu angrily sat down on the couch and ordered, "Someone, invite Master Du here." Wu Chongxuan treated Princess Enlu as a fairy from heaven, and he hated it when she came in contact with men. When he heard that she wanted to see Du Wentian, he immediately said unhappily, "Why does my lady want to see him? If there's anything, can't you just send someone to give the order? Who asked you to talk so much?" Princess Enlu grabbed the pillow and leaned on it, and put her legs on the couch. Wu Chongxuan quickly came forward, and helped her take off her boots, and began to massage her feet with ease. "Shangguan Waner." Princess Enlu leaned on the pillow and closed her eyes to think. She secretly sneered, "On what basis can she be more honorable than me? Her surname is Shangguan, and my surname is Li." Thinking of the high and mighty Shangguan Waner losing her reputation and being beheaded, Li's heart immediately surged with a strange pleasure. But when she thought of Yang Fan again, Enlu had a feeling of gnashing her teeth. All along, Yang Fan's blunt words had made her angry and hateful. Today, he embarrassed her in Chang'an East City, which made her hate Yang Fan even more. Among all the men she had met, Yang Fan was really the most special one. She did not understand, with her natural beauty, why Yang Fan could not be infatuated with her like other men. But wasn't the reason why Yang Fan left such a deep impression in her heart because of his uniqueness? She did not care about those who prostrated themselves under her, but she could never forget those who she could not get. Damn that Yang Fan! Princess Enlu secretly cursed, and suddenly thought of the ecstatic scene between her and Yang Fan on Fangzhou's Huangzhou Ridge. Not only was he fit and handsome, but he was also really powerful. She had only experienced this feeling of ecstasy under Yang Fan's body. Wu Chongxuan gently kneaded her delicate and beautiful snow-white feet in his arms. Thinking back to the blissful feeling she had when she had intercourse with Yang Fan, her heart suddenly became a little moist. Enlu twisted her thighs and her cheeks flushed. Her starry eyes were like silk and she thought half-closed, should I give him another chance? Chapter 10:22. When Du Wentian heard that Princess Enlu wanted to see him, he felt rather perturbed. He already knew that the Fuma, Wu Chongxuan, had returned to the Fu and that he would not have the chance to get intimate with her. Also, he felt somewhat fearful in front of Wu Chongxuan. However, he did not dare to disobey Princess Enli's summons. Du Wentian braced himself and hurried to Princess Enli's residence. Princess Enlu was still carelessly lying on the couch, allowing Wu Chongxuan to massage her feet. She did not care about the arrival of a guest, and a male at that. Du Wentian walked into the hall and quickly glanced at Wu Chongxuan before lowering his head. He did not feel that there was anything wrong with a dignified Fuma, who also had the status of a Junwang, massaging his wife's feet in front of a guest. Instead, he felt a bit of envy. If possible, he also wanted to hold that pair of beautiful and cute feet in his arms. Du Wentian quickly walked forward and bowed, saying, "Du Wentian greets Junwang, Princess." Princess Enlu acted as if she had never done anything ambiguous with him before. Her expression was extremely calm. She lazily said, "Young Master Du, go and find out if there is any reason for Wan to celebrate recently. For example, her birthday or her mother Zheng's birthday. As long as it can be used to make a big deal out of it, it's fine." Du Wentian was dazed when he heard this. He did not know what Enli's intentions were. Did she want to find a reason to celebrate Wan? Du Wentian was not an ordinary person, especially when it came to matters that involved swindling and harming people. After thinking for a bit, he understood Princess and Li's intentions. Du Wentian cheerfully replied, "This one understands, this one will do it now." In front of Wu Chongxuan, Du Wentian did not dare to look at Princess and Lo for too long. He was afraid that Wu Chongxuan would notice something, so he followed the rules. After saying this, he bowed and retreated. Once Du Wentian left, Wu Chongxuan immediately asked curiously, "Wife, why are you asking about Shangguan Daiji's birthday? Do we need to curry favor with her?" "You don't know shit." Li Guo glared at him in annoyance. She closed her eyes and said, "Use more force." Wu Chongxuan was furious. Du Wentian obviously knew something, but as her husband, he was kept in the dark. Wu Chongxuan was depressed and exerted a little more force. Li Guo cried out in pain and raised her leg to kick his face. Wu Chongxuan also cried out in pain. His nose was sore and painful, and tears came out. Wu Chongxuan covered his nose and said angrily, "Wife, what are you doing? What happened to me?" Li Guo sat up and said angrily, "You're really useless, you can't do anything well. Get lost, I'm sick of seeing you." Wu Chongxuan was furious, but under Li Guo's pressure, he did not dare to retort. He stood up angrily and was about to leave when Li Guo suddenly called him back. Her eyes moved slightly and said, "Let me ask you, where should we build our house, have you decided?" Wu Chongxuan covered his nose and said, "Not yet. We just arrived yesterday, and today we went to welcome the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons, so we haven't had time. Tomorrow I'll go pick a suitable place." At this point, he was afraid that Li Guo would scold him for not doing his job, so he quickly asked, "What does wife think of Fan Chuan?" Wei Du and the other great clans of Guanlong all chose their houses there. Li Guo lay back down and beckoned to the 2 palace maids, telling one to massage her shoulders and the other to massage her feet. Her beautiful eyes were half closed as she said, "There's no need to choose. Today I'm going to see Shangguan Daiji. I see that Longqing Pool has beautiful scenery and is not far from the 3 great inner cities. It's a good place to build a house. I've already chosen the place. Tomorrow, find some craftsmen and bring them back." After receiving Wan Er's closed-door treatment, Li Guo left the island in the center of Longqing Pool and happened to see the Yang clan's mansion being built by the lake. Li Guo saw that Longqing Square had beautiful scenery and that a mansion was built right next to the lake. As soon as she stepped out, she saw the boundless blue waves. She immediately decided to build a mansion by the lake. She had casually asked and found out that the mansion being built was Yang Fan's. This made her even more excited. She planned to buy the land next to Yang Fan's and become a pair of good neighbors with Yang Fan. Wu Chongxuan had no idea that his beloved wife, who he viewed as a treasure, was actually scheming to give him a fresh and tender green hat. This mansion was not the Liang Palace, but rather the couple's mansion, so he naturally had to listen to Enli's instructions as to where to build it. He immediately agreed without hesitation. After the welcoming banquet, the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons were escorted by Marquis Chang Ninghu back to the large mansion where they had been temporarily settled. After Chang Ninghu took his leave, the 5 brothers sat down in the reception hall. When Li Qingqi saw that the second brother, Li Qingyi, was dead drunk, he hurriedly had someone bring him a pot of sour plum soup. Perhaps it was because they had finally left Wu Zetian's side that they felt relieved, or perhaps it was because the Chang officials still treated them with the respect that members of the imperial family should have. The 5 brothers were in a very good mood, so they drank a little too much today. The 4th brother, Li Longye, waved the maids away and personally poured a bowl of sour plum soup for the drunken second brother. He then poured a bowl for himself and sat cross-legged on the bed. Grinning, he said, "We brothers are really happy today. Look at the 5th brother. He usually doesn't touch a drop of wine, but he's drunk today." The eldest brother, Li Qingqi, smiled and said nothing. He knew why his brothers were so happy today. It was not because this welcoming banquet was more delicious and luxurious than the food and wine in Luoyang, but because they felt a long-lost respect from the Chang'an officials. After all, Chang'an was the capital of the founding emperor of the Tang dynasty. Li Yuan, Li Shimin, and Li Ji, 3 generations of sovereigns, had used it to command the world. But Wu Zetian's supremacy had happened after she arrived in Luoyang. Thus, the Li family's prestige in Chang'an far surpassed that of Luoyang. The Chang'an officials truly did feel respect for the Li imperial family from the bottom of their hearts. The 5th brother, Li Longfan, said, "The mansion we're living in was lent to us. Living here is not a long-term solution. Didn't Imperial Grandmother say that she would allow us to choose a place to build the 5th prince's mansion in Chang'an? Shouldn't we settle this first? Otherwise, when Imperial Grandmother moves to Chang'an, we won't have our own mansion yet." Li Longji nodded and said, "That's right. Tomorrow, let's ask Chang Ningho for help and show us around. He's lived in Chang'an for a long time and is familiar with the area. He should know where to build a mansion. In short, let's try to choose a place close to the 3 great inner cities." Li Qingqi took a sip of sour plum juice and said, "At today's banquet, I happened to hear that Duke Qi's brother-in-law is building a mansion. After choosing a place, let's ask Duke Qi for help." Li Longfan said worriedly, "Will the mansion built by his brother-in-law be okay? We 5 brothers don't have a mansion in Luoyang, nor do we have one in Chang'an. This is our first mansion, so we can't be careless." Li Qingqi said, "Don't worry. He won't be careless when building a mansion for us 5 brothers." Li Longji smiled faintly. He understood what his elder brother meant. Friendship couldn't be established by paying a formal visit. If he did that, it would be easy for him to make a fool of himself. By asking Duke Qi's brother-in-law to build a mansion, regardless of whether they helped Duke Qi's business or if Duke Qi asked for less wages and more wood, the 5 brothers would owe him a favor. Unknowingly, this friendship would be established. The drunken Li Qingyi shouted, "All right, this is my first time in Chang'an, and I want to take a look around. While we're choosing a place, let Chang Ningho show us around. Let me say this first. No matter where this mansion is built, we 5 brothers' mansions must be next to each other. We can't be separated." Li Longfan smiled and said, "That's true. If we're separated, even if you agree, I won't agree." Most of the sons and daughters of the imperial family were indifferent to kinship, but because the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang had been under house arrest in the Eastern Palace since childhood, they had a deep brotherly bond with each other. It was like this in times of crisis, and it was also like this after they became rich. Even the throne of the emperor could not compare to the deep brotherly bond. In the imperial family for thousands of years, the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang were a rare exception. Li Qingqi carried the plum juice and walked out of the reception hall. When he reached Li Longji's side, he secretly gave him a look. Li Longji understood and followed him out. The scenery in the garden was extremely elegant. There were pavilions, trees, flowers, and grass. There was a bay of gurgling water that formed a winding stream. Li Qingqi leaned against the railing and gazed at the reflections in the water, the swimming fish, and the falling flowers. In a low voice, he said, "Sanlang, do you remember what Chang Ningho said today about Yang Fan and Enluk competing for wealth and women?" It wasn't that Li Qingqi wanted to hide it from his other brothers, but his second brother, Qingyi, had a boorish temperament and was chivalrous and righteous. When it came to charging and breaking through enemy lines, it was useless to ask him for help. His 4th and 5th brothers were too young and not very shrewd, so it was easy for them to leak secret. Li Longji also leaned against the railing and slowly said, "What does Big Brother mean?" Li Qingqi took a sip of the reddish-purple plum juice and leisurely said, "Do you think Yang Fan's actions are out of personal feelings, or does he have other motives?" Li Longji took the bowl from his big brother's hands and took a sip. He muttered to himself, "Big brother, do you think a person who could topple Lai Junqian, destroy the censorate, repeatedly oppose Wu Yizong, and walk between the Wu clan, the second Zhang clan, and our Li clan unscathed? In the end, he's even valued by the imperial grandmother. Do you think he's someone who likes to fight for personal feelings? Li Qingqi took the bowl from Li Longji and took a sip of the sweet and sour plum juice. He didn't say anything for a long time. Li Longji said, "Big brother, you also think that Yang Fan has other motives?" Li Qingqi said in a low voice, "It's just a feeling, but I can't be sure. Yang Fan is on good terms with Aunt Taiping and King Liang. Now, he's on good terms with the second Zhang clan. This person leaves some leeway in all aspects, and he's too slick in handling matters. I don't feel too reassured." Li Longji said, "Being slick in handling matters in the officialdom can be considered a way to protect oneself, but that's only under normal circumstances. Ever since the imperial grandmother decided to move the capital, the situation has become clearer with each passing day. The political changes in the future are no different from changing the sky. Under these circumstances, if you still want to maintain a close relationship with all sides that are absolutely irreconcilable, you'll only be abandoned by all sides in the end. Big brother, things are different now. Looking at Yang Fan's actions in the past, he's an extremely intelligent person. Would a smart person do something like this out of personal feelings? It's time for him to make his position clear. That's why I feel that this is very likely a signal he's sending out." Li Qingqi turned to Li Longji and said with bright eyes, "You're saying that we should fight for him?" Li Longji smiled. "Why not give it a try?" Chapter 10:23. Yang Fan stealthily returned to his residence. In truth, it was not easy to hide his tracks in broad daylight. Although he was careful, he was still discovered by Ren Wei and the others who were guarding the perimeter of the residence. However, the sect master often sneaked into Shangguan Weiji's residence, and Ren Wei and the others were already used to it. Seeing the sect master, they could only laugh it off. Yang Fan returned to the inner chamber with the camphor box in his hands. Gu Zhuting came forward to greet him. As soon as she saw him come back with the priceless 100-bird feather skirt, she couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. Yang Fan placed the box on the table and smiled at Gu Zhuting. "This dress is a gift from Wan'er to you. She said that it will be your wedding dress when you get married." 3,500,000 gold coins was enough to suffocate a person. Gu Zhuting did not dare to wear such an expensive dress. Seeing her decline, Yang Fan laughed. "All right, Wan'er doesn't want it and you don't want it. Can we return it? Quickly put the dress away." Gu Zhuting said, "Ah Lang, if Wan'er Jiejie is not willing to accept this dress, then wait until First Lady arrives in Chang and then give it to her. I have already received an Arabian horse from Ah Lang. If I accept this dress as well, then I know that Ah Lang cherishes it and cares for it, but I am truly flattered." Yang Fan understood and couldn't help but laugh. "Ah, don't think so much. Are you afraid that Xiao Man will misunderstand that I am biased? Don't worry, Xiao Man has a very gentle personality and is not a narrow-minded woman. Once you enter my house, you are one family. There is no need to be suspicious of each other. As for Anu, you don't need to worry about her. You are master and disciple." Gu Zhuting thought, "First Lady is naturally gentle and considerate in front of you, but she may not be so in front of others. Otherwise, how can she be the commandant of the Plum Blossom Guard and control so many skilled subordinates? Speaking of generosity, even if Ah Lang were to squander all your family's assets, First Madam would not say a single word to you. But that's only for you. You haven't seen First Madam's shrewd look when she's checking the accounts and managing the finances. Speaking of Anu, I have only taught her how to disguise herself and hide. Is this kind of master-disciple relationship reliable? First Lang Jun of the Chui family once had a pair of beautiful sisters. Although they are much closer than other concubines, they still haggle in order to gain Longjuan's favor. In fact, Yang Fan didn't think too much about it. If there was something good, he would think of her. It wasn't because she was born in a poor family. The only reason he did this was because she was the only woman by his side now. If there was something good, he would naturally think of her. He didn't even consider who would come first. In his heart, he treated everyone equally. But Gu Zhuting grew up in a rich family and was used to the open and secret fights in big houses. Naturally, she was very cautious in this aspect. Seeing that she was determined not to accept it, Yang Fan said, "This dress costs 3.5 million. I can't give one to everyone. Besides, this kind of dress can't be made even after several years. You can't buy it even if you have money. If you give it to Xiaoman, it will probably be sold in a shop by that little miser. You don't have to feel bad about it. Just treat this dress as our Yang family's heirloom. In the future, whoever needs to serve on the pillow can wear it. This is called everyone getting a share, rain and dew equally. What do you think?" Gu Zhuting's face was flushed by his teasing. She shyly lowered her head and said like a mosquito, "Everything is up to Ah Lang." Yang Fan gently placed both of his hands on her shoulders, and Gu Zhuting's delicate body immediately shivered. Yang Fan looked at her slightly lowered head and her shy and timid appearance, then said in a low voice, "Then, tonight, you should wear it for me to see first." Gu Zhuting's heart thumped. As soon as she looked up, she saw Yang Fan's fiery eyes. She immediately understood what he meant. Tonight, will I become Ah Lang's woman? Thinking of this, Gu Zhuting's heart immediately beat like a drum. Yang Fan's two big hands pressed on her shoulders, and the heat from his palms seeped into her heart. She was like a person made of snow that was suddenly moved to the side of the fire, and her entire body melted. Her legs trembled uncontrollably, and her body was so weak that she could not stand. She suddenly leaned against Yang Fan. Gu Zhuting leaned her soft and fragrant body on Yang Fan's body, panting nervously. Ah Lang, she did not understand why she was so weak. As long as she thought of sharing a bed with Ah Lang, her bones and tendons softened, her heart beat like a drum, and she felt suffocated. Yang Fan also did not understand. When he, Wan-er, Xiaoman, and Ah Nu had sex for the first time, they were all virgins. It was inevitable for girls to be nervous and afraid for the first time, but they did not behave like Gu Zhuting. Among these girls, Gu Zhuting was the most skilled in martial arts, and she had been a killer since childhood, so her mind was far stronger than ordinary people. He really did not understand why she was so scared. Yang Fan felt as if all the bones in her body had been pulled out. She was limp and powerless. Her body was trembling nervously, but her hands around his neck were especially strong. It seemed that if she wasn't hanging on his body, she would have collapsed under him. Yang Fan's masculine desire was stimulated by Gu Zhuting's delicate body. He could not wait for the night. Gu Zhuting was so nervous that her voice trembled when she called him. It was a little like a sheep's voice. Yang Fan wanted to skin her into a little white sheep that could bleat. Yang Fan was a master of action. He grabbed Gu Zhuting's legs, carried her horizontally, and walked into the inner room. When he gently put her on the bed, his breath on her face was scorching hot. Gu Zhuting realized what was going to happen. She was shy and afraid, so she nervously closed her eyes. Her pretty face was as beautiful as a pomegranate, which made people feel pity and love for her. With such a lovely appearance, he really did not know how ecstatic it would be to enjoy her. Yang Fan reached out and touched the beauty's tight and slender waist. Just as his fingers picked up her belt, the uninvited guest came. This is too evil. When Yang Fan walked out of the bedroom, he thought to himself. This was not the first time something like this had happened. Every time he wanted to eat Gu Zhuting, something like this would always happen. Once was a coincidence, twice was a coincidence, 3 times and 4 times were all like this. Yang Fan, who never believed in superstitions, was a little scared. Annoyed, Yang Fan walked into the hall and listened to Ren Wei's report. He could not help but frown and said, "You said Princess Enlu has come to the island?" "Yes." Yang Fan was puzzled and thought to himself, what did she come for? Could it be that she wants to pester me endlessly? But he could only think about this in private. In front of the officials, the two of them still had to be polite. Yang Fan waved his hand and said, "You go. When she arrives, open the door wide. I'll go change my clothes and come back." Yang Fan thought Princess and Lu had come for him. Because Princess and Lu and Shanghai Wanner had never had any contact, he never would have thought that Princess and Li's target today was Wanner. When he finished changing and came out of the bedroom, he saw Ren Wei still standing in the hall. He said, "Has the princess arrived?" Ren Wei said awkwardly, "It was a mistake. Princess and Lu came to the island and the one to visit is Shangguan Wei." Hearing this, Yang Fan was stunned. And Lu went to visit Wanner. What did she want? Yang Fan knew Wanner had a big belly, and it was impossible for her to see her. He was curious about Li's purpose. After a while, news came that Wanner did not see Lu. The princess had already left the island. Yang Fan slowly paced in the hall with his hands behind his back. Just as he was trying to figure out Li's purpose, Lan Yiqing came under Wanner's orders. Yang Fan listened to Lan Yiqing explain Wanner's worries. Although he did not think that Princess and Lu would know about Wanner's pregnancy, it was always better to be cautious. He immediately ordered Ren Wei, "Send someone to keep an eye on Lu. If she does anything strange, report to me immediately." Princess and Lu thought she had succeeded. After leaving Long Qing Lane, she immediately sent Du Wentian to investigate Wanner. She did not know that the experts of the Succession Hall were already quietly watching her. The next morning, Li Qingqi went to visit Chang Ningho's estate. He asked Chang Ningho, Huang Jianyu, to accompany the five brothers in choosing a suitable place to build the fifth Marquis's estate. Chang Ningho readily agreed. When Gaozong and Empress Wu moved east, the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons had not yet been born. Therefore, Chang and only had Li Dan's estate, but the 5 of them did not have their own. After arriving in Luoyang, the 5 of them had been placed under house arrest with their father in the East Palace when they were still young. Therefore, they still did not have their own mansions. Now, the Empress planned to move the capital to Chang'an. Because the 5 Li Qingqi brothers had all grown up and received the title of Junwang, they should have their own mansions. Therefore, before they left, the Empress decreed that they were allowed to choose a place to build their mansions in Chang'an. The Ministry of Works in Chang'an would provide funds to supervise the construction. Chang Ningho led the 5 Li Qingqi brothers to Fanchuan. There were only 2 best places to build mansions for the nobility in Chang'an. One of them was Fanchuan. It was adjacent to the Chuqi and had beautiful scenery. It was suitable for the nobility to build mansions there. The Wei and Du families, the most prestigious of the Guanlong families, had their mansions built in Fanchuan. The Prince of Xiang's 5 sons were relatives of the royal family and held the title of prince. However, titles and official positions were 2 different things. Junwang had no right to participate in political affairs and did not need to attend court every day. They did not need to consider how far they lived from the palace. Therefore, Fanchuan in the south of the city was their best choice. As soon as Li Qingyi arrived at the south of the city, he took a fancy to the beautiful scenery. The 4th brother, Li Longye, and the 5th brother, Li Qingfan, were also very satisfied. However, the eldest brother, Li Qingqi, and the 3rd brother, Li Longji, looked left and right but did not express their opinion. Among the 5 brothers, these 2 were the most intelligent and were usually the backbone of the 5. If they did not express their opinion, the matter would naturally not be settled. Seeing this, Chang Ningho led them into Chang'an. Chang'an's East Market and Peaceful Square was the center. The surrounding squares were all occupied by the nobility. This place was very close to the 3 great inner cities. When Chang'an was still the capital of the Tang dynasty, the important officials of the court often chose to live in this area. It was convenient for them to enter court and meet the emperor. The situation was similar to how the important officials of Luoyang often built mansions near the Luoyang Palace. There were very few people like Di Renjie, who lived far away from the palace and had to cross the whole of Luoyang to go to court. As a result, over time, the area around the East Market became a gathering place for the nobility. When Chang Ningho saw that the fifth son of the Prince of Xiang was not interested in Fanchuan and was instead interested in the area around the East Market, he couldn't help but think, the sage has already appointed the Prince of Luling as the crown prince. The Prince of Xiang's bloodline has no chance of obtaining the throne, but it seems that the fifth son of the Prince of Xiang is not willing to be left out. Although the area around the East Market was a place where the nobility lived, most of them already had landowners. Although there were places where they could build mansions, the land was rather scattered. If they built mansions here, the 5 brothers would have to separate. The 5 brothers were adamant about this. Chang Ningho thought about it and decided that the only place that could satisfy the need of 5 mansions adjacent to each other was Longqing Square. As a result, he led them to the Longqing Pond. The Longqing Pond was a vast expanse of clear water. The weeping willows by the lakeside made it seem like a fairyland. As soon as the fifth son of the Prince of Xiang arrived, he fell in love with the beautiful scenery. The 5 brothers and Chang Ningho rode their horses around the lake and discovered that construction had already begun on a large scale in one area. Although the scenery around Longqing Pond was very beautiful, the location of this mansion was clearly the most picturesque. The fifth son of the Prince of Xiang had also taken a liking to this place. However, this location with the best view of the lake had already been occupied by the mansion that was currently under construction, so he couldn't help but feel somewhat regretful. The 5 brothers looked around for a while. Li Chengqi and Li Longji pointed to the left side of the mansion and said in unison, "This place is excellent." As soon as the 2 brothers said this, they were immediately startled, and then they broke into laughter. Li Longji said, "Big brother, the scenery here is beautiful and the land is vast. It's enough to build 5 connected mansions." Li Chengqi nodded. "I also like this place. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. This square is called Longqing Square, and this lake is called Longqing Pond. 3rd Lang, Yu, 4th Lang, and 5th Lang all have the character Long in their names. Isn't it heaven's will that we chose to build our mansion here?" Li Chengye's eyes lit up. "That's right. Longqing Square, Longqing Pond, and 3rd brother, 4th brother, and 5th brother all have the character Long in their names. Together, we make 5, which is exactly the number of us 5 brothers. Haha, us building a mansion here is truly in accordance with heaven's will." When Li Longye and Li Longfan heard this, they also felt that this was an incredible coincidence. They immediately nodded their heads, no longer having any objections to this location. Chang Ningho smiled. "The 5 princes truly have a good eye. This marquis also feels that the scenery here is excellent and suitable for building a mansion. Since this is the case, this marquis will immediately send someone to the Ministry of Works and have them send someone over." Li Chengqi said, "There's no rush. It's fine as long as we've chosen the location. Let's go back and let them know. It's almost noon, and we've troubled Chang Ningho to follow us around for most of the day. Let's find a place to eat first." Chang Ningho smiled. "Your Highness, you may not know this, but ever since the Emperor moved the capital, the nobles of Luoyang have sent people to Chang to choose a place to build a mansion. If we don't quickly decide on a place, I'm afraid that someone else will beat us to it." Li Longji said, "If that's the case, then it's better to inform the Ministry of Works and have them mark out the place first to prevent any complications." Li Longfan said excitedly, "I'll go choose a place right now. First, I'll carve out my mansion. You're all older brothers, so don't fight with me over it." Li Longfan raised his horsewhip and rushed out in high spirit. At this time, a line of carriages slowly approached from afar. Princess Annel and Wu Chongxuan sat in the carriage, while Du Wentian rode beside them. Annel had also come to choose a location today. Chapter 10:24. When Wu Chongxuan and Princess Annel's carriage arrived, Li Qingqi and Li Longji also saw it. They turned their horses around and looked at the group of people in surprise. The black ox carriage didn't have official banners, so they couldn't confirm the other party's identity. However, they were clearly coming for this place, so there was no need to doubt it. Chang Ningho smiled at Li Qingqi. Your Highness, it seems that they are also coming for this land. I said that we should act early. Haha, this location is excellent. If we wait any longer, it will be taken away by others. Li Longji smiled. Chang Ningho is right. Looking at the entire Longqing Pond, besides the large residence that is being built, this is the best spot. As they spoke, there was a sudden sound of horse hooves. Li Longfan excitedly spurred his horse back. When he got close, he suddenly reined in his horse and loudly said, I've already chosen. I want the place behind that slope. Third brother, fourth brother, is it okay if I squeeze in between you guys? Someone else is also interested in this place? At this time, the group of people had already arrived in front of them. When the carriages stopped, Du Wentian leaned over and reported in a low voice, Royal Prince, Princess, it seems that someone is also interested in this place and is ahead of us. What are you afraid of? Even if he wants it, he has to give it to me. Princess Annel glared at Wu Chongxuan and said angrily, Still not going? Wu Chongxuan quickly lifted the curtain and stood on the shaft of the carriage. In front of Princess and Lu, Wu Chongxuan was a filial son, but in front of outsiders, he was an out-and-out domineering second-generation ancestor. Wu Chongxuan curled his lips and said arrogantly, Wherever my wife has her eyes on, no matter who he is, he will let. At this point, Wu Chongxuan suddenly froze. He saw Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi, Li Longji, and the others also saw him. Li Qingqi was slightly startled and said in surprise, It's Royal Prince Gaoyang. Li Longji smiled and didn't say anything, but the light in his eyes slightly shrank. Chang Ningho, Huang Jianyu, spurred his horse to the side and glanced at them with interest. Choosing the location to open the mansion was a small matter, but now that two families had their eyes on the same place, and these two families were from the Wu and Li families, this matter was not so simple. The deciding factor of who this piece of land belonged to would be the power of the Wu and Li families. In the end, it would also be the face of the Wu and Li families. Li Qingqi galloped forward to welcome Wu Chongxuan. He cupped his fists and said with a bright smile, Prince Gaoyang, we meet again. Wu Chongxuan hesitantly cupped his fists and said, So it is Prince Shochuan. Why are you here? When Li Qingqi's father, Li Dan, ascended to the throne, Li Qingqi was made the crown prince. Later, Li Dan was pulled down from the throne by his mother, Wu Zetian, and became the crown prince. Li Qingqi was also demoted from the crown prince to the imperial grandson. Now that his father's crown prince status was taken away by his imperial grandmother, he was demoted from the imperial grandson to the prince of Shochuan. Li Qingqi said with a smile, Us brothers still don't have a mansion. This time, when we came to Chang'an, imperial grandmother specially told us to choose a place to open a mansion in Chang'an. As a matter of fact, we strolled here and just picked a place. We are sending people to the Ministry of Works to ask them to send people to mark out the location. Why did Prince Gaoyang come here? Li Qingqi didn't want to have a conflict with Wu Chongxuan, so he first stated, they had already taken a fancy to this piece of land and hoped that Wu Chongxuan would back down. Wu Chongxuan laughed and said, What a coincidence, what a coincidence. My wife and I also took a fancy to the beautiful scenery of Longqing Pool. Today we came here to choose a place to build a mansion. Princess Annel naturally chose this place. Yesterday she had taken a fancy to this place. After learning that the mansion being built next to it belonged to Yang Fan, she was even more determined to choose this place. Wu Chongxuan's words were a little vague, not because he was afraid of the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons. When had the Wu clan ever put the Li clan in their eyes? Wu Chongxuan's words were vague because Li Qingqi and his brothers were Li Guo'er's cousins. Wu Chongxuan believed that Li Guo'er would definitely give way to his cousins, so there was no need for him to be the bad guy and make Anil unhappy. Princess Anil was just about to bend over and leave the carriage when she heard that the person talking to her husband was actually her eldest cousin. She sat back down. She had originally thought that it would be most appropriate for her husband to come forward and negotiate. Who would have thought that this scoundrel would actually show signs of backing down? Princess Anil couldn't take it anymore and kicked Wu Chongxuan's butt. How could Wu Chongxuan have expected that Princess Anil would suddenly kick him? With a cry, he fell off the carriage. Li Qingqi, Li Longji, Chang Ningho, and the others were all stunned. The driver was also startled, but he reacted the fastest and immediately jumped off the carriage to help Wu Chongxuan up. Wu Chongxuan crawled up from the ground and forced a smile. Rubbing his scraped knee, he tried to cover it up. I couldn't stand steadily for a moment. I've made a fool of myself. Li Qingye, Li Longji, and the others were lagging behind and really hadn't seen what had happened. They only saw Wu Chongxuan inexplicably jump off the carriage and fall flat on his face. The brothers couldn't help but want to laugh, but they were afraid that laughing would embarrass Wu Chongxuan, so they hurriedly restrained themselves. Li Qingqi, Li Longji, and the Marquis of Chang Ningho were standing in front of the carriage. They clearly saw that a graceful leg had broken through the curtain and forcefully kicked Wu Chongxuan off his horse. However, they were able to keep their composure and did not reveal any strange expressions on their faces. The curtain of the sedan was lifted and Li Guo walked out with a sullen face. Because they saw Wu Chongxuan rolling on the ground, Li Qingqi and the others had already dismounted their horses. As soon as they saw Li Guo coming out from the sedan chair, Li Qingqi greeted her with a smile. "Anlu, you are here too. What's eldest cousin doing here? Third brother is here too." Anlu looked at them in surprise, as if she hadn't known they were here until now. She first greeted Li Qingqi and Li Longji warmly, then saw Li Longfan and the others standing behind them. She hurriedly greeted them one by one with great etiquette. If she hadn't walked out of the sedan with a sullen face, and now she was pretending to be amiable and surprised, it was very realistic and natural. It really wasn't easy for others to see that she was deliberately putting on an act. But if she was deliberately putting on an act and didn't want Li Qingqi and the others to see that she was unhappy, then she shouldn't have walked out of the carriage with a sullen face. Since she already had a sullen face, and now she was pretending to be affectionate, it proved that she wasn't trying to hide her unhappiness, but was downright contemptuous and teasing. Li Qingqi's expression was slightly unnatural. He forced a laugh and said, "Seventh sister, long time no see." Li Guo stepped down leisurely, smiling like a flower. She said, "Yesterday I heard that you brothers had arrived in Chang'an. Guo is a woman, so I didn't go to the 10 Miles Pavilion to join in the fun. I originally wanted to first choose the location of the mansion today, then go to visit you. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence." Li Longji smiled and said, "It is indeed a coincidence. This is a great fate. Seventh sister, we just chose a place here. It's this area. Why don't seventh sister choose a location next to us to build your mansion? Our two families will be neighbors, and we can often visit each other in the future." Li Longji looked at Li Guo's pretentious act and felt extremely disgusted in his heart. His words had drawn a clear line between him and Li Guo. Our two families. The 5 Li brothers were one family, but who was Li Guo a family with? A married girl was like spilled water. Li Longji's words implied that he already didn't recognize Li Guo as a daughter of the Li family. But Li Longji's words were very polite, and he couldn't find any fault with them on the surface. Furthermore, he even invited Wu Chongxuan and Li Guo to be his neighbors. He was emphasizing, "We've already chosen this place." Li Guo was an extremely cunning and astute woman. Although she didn't have great wisdom, she was still clever. Her ability to argue was not worse than anyone else. She had already heard Li Longji's implied meaning. She secretly sneered in her heart, but pretended to be surprised and said, "San Lang also chose Longqing Lane? That's very good. We can indeed be neighbors. Li Guo giggled as she clung on to Wu Chongshuan's arm. She said sweetly, Lang Jun, it's such a coincidence that San Lang and the others have also taken a liking to this place. Why don't we just give this place to them? Let's move over there and build a house next to theirs, okay? No. Wu Chongshuan roared. He wasn't suddenly enlightened and suddenly understood Li Guo's intentions. It was because when Li Guo intimately held his arm, her slender fingers in his sleeves had already pinched a tender piece of flesh in the crook of his arm. If he said anything wrong, she would pinch him black and blue. No matter how stupid Wu Chongshuan was, he should have understood what she meant. How could he not immediately express his opinion? Li Guo stamped her feet and said coquettishly, Lang Jun, why are you so stingy? We're all relatives. Why do you have to be so serious? Outsiders will laugh at you. Wu Chongshuan said, this isn't me being stingy. If it was just one mansion, then it's fine. But Chengdi and his brothers have 5 people. If they build such a big mansion, who knows where our mansion will be squeezed to? Although Li Longji was smart and alert, he was still young. His temperament and temper were far from being cultivated to the point of perfection. When he heard Wu Chongshuan's dignified words, he was angry and couldn't help but say, this is no problem. Let my big brother build a mansion here. Prince Gaoyang and 7th sister can build a mansion next to my big brother. As for me, I can get close to Prince Gaoyang. Wu Chongshuan laughed and said, I've heard that the 5 brothers in the Prince of Xiang's mansion have deep feelings for each other. If I, Wu Chongshuan, interfered, wouldn't I be the bad guy? This kind of thing, I absolutely don't dare to agree. At this moment, the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Works, Xiao Zhichen, led a few officials and hurried to the side of Longqing Pool. He bowed and said, This one is the minister-counselor of the Ministry of Works, Xiao Zhichen. Which prince wants to build a mansion here? The youngest son of the Prince of Xiang, Li Longfan, couldn't help but loudly say, Me. I, the Prince of Bailing, Li Longfan, want to build a mansion here. Also my big brother, the Prince of Shouchuan, 2nd brother, the Prince of Hengyang, 3rd brother, the Prince of Linzi and 4th brother, the Prince of Pengcheng. Xiao Zhichen was dizzy from the series of princes. Before he could react, Wu Chongshuan spoke. Wu Chongshuan had a smile on his face, but his eyes had an unquestionable cold light. He stared at Li Longfan and said word by word, I'm sorry, but this place is mine. Wu Chongshuan glanced at Xiao Zhichen and said indifferently, Counselor Xiao, immediately mark the land and take out the sketch as soon as possible. Xiao Zhichen asked in a daze, May I know who it is? Wu Chongshuan put his hands behind his back and proudly said, Wu Chongshuan. He didn't even bother to say his own title. After saying this, he swaggered off. Wu Chongshuan, 3 words were enough. 5 princes could also be compared to the word Wu. He didn't believe that the people of the Ministry of Works would dare to give that piece of land to the Li family. Eldest cousin brother, 2nd cousin brother, 3rd cousin brother, Chongshuan has always been this stubborn. Who knows what's wrong with him today? Please don't take it to heart. Guo will go persuade him again. Li Guo said with an apologetic expression, but her eyes flashed with pride and mockery. She nodded at the ashen-faced Li Qingqi and turned to chase after Wu Chongshuan. Xiao Zhichen was filled with regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have sent a lowly official to listen to orders. Why did he have to rush over to flatter the prince the moment he heard he was summoned? No matter who this land was given to, he would still offend the other party. Everyone said that the princes of the Li family were like a phoenix that had lost its wings and were not even comparable to a chicken. But a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if the Li family lost their power, he was only a 6th-ranked minister of the Ministry of Works. In front of the princes of the Li family who had lost their power, he couldn't even be considered a small house sparrow. Why did he have to do this? Li Qingyi was so angry that his face was red, as if he had been smeared with chicken blood. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He roared in anger, "Wu Chongxuan, you bastard, you're too savage!" Li Qingyi was about to chase after Wu Chongxuan, but he was grabbed by Li Qingqi. Li Qingyi turned his head and said angrily, "Big brother?" Li Qingqi shook his head. The muscles on his ashen-faced face twitched a few times. He said in a low voice, "Don't cause trouble. Let's go." As the eldest brother, Li Qingqi still had some prestige among the brothers. Although Li Longfan and Li Longye were so angry that their lungs were about to explode, they still had to listen to their eldest brother's orders. Chong Ningho sighed inwardly. A desolate feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. His Huang family's title of nobility had been bestowed by the Li family. Seeing the Li family being bullied like this, how could he not feel a little sad for the loss of his own kind? Li Longji was 16 years old, and was at the prime of his youth. How could he tolerate this kind of humiliation? But he was very clear that no matter what, now was not the time for them to start a conflict with the Wu family. Their identities were too sensitive. Yang Fan could chase after Wu Yizong like a stray dog, but they couldn't fight with the Wu family for a piece of land. It was all because they were surnamed Li. Full of humiliation, he followed behind his eldest brother Li Qingqi and second brother Li Qingyi. After walking for a long distance, he suddenly stopped and called out loudly, "Eldest brother, second brother." Li Qingqi was afraid that his impulsive second brother would get into a conflict with Wu Chongxuan, so he held his hand tightly and didn't let go. He and his second brother were walking hand in hand when they suddenly heard Li Longji's call. Li Qingqi stopped and turned his head to ask, "Sanlang, what's wrong?" At this time, they had already walked past the Yang family's mansion that was still under construction. Li Longji pointed at the empty space next to the mansion and said to Li Qingqi, "Big brother, how about we build our mansion here?" Li Qingyi shouted angrily, "Third brother, what's wrong with you? Haven't you been humiliated enough?" Li Longji smiled and said, "Second brother, what's wrong with building it here?" He slowly turned his head and gazed at Wu Chongxuan and Li Guer, who were in the distance gesticulating at Xiao Yuanlang. He said word by word, "I want to see it stand up and see it fall." Chong Ningho suddenly looked at him. Li Longji, who still had a childish look on his face, was standing there steadily. His spirit was threatening, like an unsheathed sword. Chapter 10:25. When the sun was high up in the sky, the brilliant sunlight shone on the earth. Outside the window there was a blossoming tree. On the branches there were a few birds. They were either pecking at each other or pecking at their feathers. Sometimes they would stretch out their necks and sing a few times. Gu Zhuting was lazily lying on the bed, still sleeping very sweetly. Her black hair was like a waterfall, spreading out like silk under her body, setting off her snow-white shoulders. Her flushed face was shrouded in fluffy hair, and there was a sweet smile on her lips. Yang Fan had already woken up. He was lying on his side beside her, smiling as he watched her sleeping sweetly. After a night of passion, Gu Zhuting finally became his woman. Looking at his woman's sweet and satisfied expression, for a man, how could it not be a great satisfaction and happiness? It was no wonder that Gu Zhuting had not woken up yet. The two of them had tossed and turned for most of the night. For a woman who had just had her first puberty, her mental and physical strength had already been exhausted. In the end, she was lying there without even the strength to move her little finger. Although Yang Fan had been abstinent for a long time, he still knew how to cherish his woman. Last night was Gu Zhuting's first night. Yang Fan did not let his temper do as he pleased. The two of them tossed and turned for so long. A large part of the reason was because of Gu Zhuting's special physique. It was unknown whether it was because she had practiced jiu-jitsu since childhood, or because she was too nervous for her first time, but once they had intercourse, Yang Fan felt as if he had fallen into a swamp of steaming hot spring water. When he entered, there were layers upon layers of obstacles, and when he exited, there were threads of astonishing suction. It was difficult to enter, but it was also difficult to exit. Yang Fan was in a dilemma. Moreover, with every inch he went in, it became a bit hotter. In the depths there was even a boiling feeling. If he was a virgin, he was afraid that once he fell, he would have thrown away his helmet and armor. Now, although he would not surrender as soon as they fought, he still needed to use all the strength in his waist to advance and retreat freely. For Yang Fan, although it consumed a lot of strength, it was even more enjoyable. For Gu Zhuting, who had tasted the feeling of making love for the first time, it was naturally abnormally difficult. Thinking of this, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh. He had long felt that Gu Zhuting was a woman of inner charm, but he didn't expect that it was not only her temperament that was inner charm, but also her body. As Yang Fan chuckled, Gu Zhuting, who was sleeping soundly, gradually blushed. Yang Fan saw this, and he couldn't help but wonder, is she pretending to be asleep? Her breathing, her sleeping posture, it seemed as if she really hadn't woken up. There were no flaws to speak of, but her complexion. Yang Fan's eyes turned, and his large hand landed on that soft and extremely bouncy chest. After playing with it for a while, he felt that Gu Zhuting's body temperature had uncontrollably risen. Yang Fan was suddenly enlightened. Is she really pretending to be asleep because she's embarrassed to see me? Yang Fan's lips curled into a knowing smile. He moved closer to her ear and whispered, Ting were you comfortable last night? Gu Zhuting still looked as if she hadn't woken up, but her jade face became more and more rosy. Seeing this, Yang Fan had already determined that she was pretending to be asleep. He grinned and put his hand into Gu Zhuting's thigh. The skin on the inside of her thigh was as smooth and delicate as freshly made tofu. Gu Zhuting's delicate body couldn't help but tremble when he touched her. She opened her eyes and met Yang Fan's eyes. When she saw the mischievous smile on his face, she couldn't help but lower her head shyly. She squeezed Yang Fan's mischievous big hand with her legs and begged in a low voice, Ah Lang, please spare my life. Yang Fan whispered with a smile, Spare my life? Your husband didn't want to kill you. Gu Zhuting's face became even redder, and the temperature of her face was so hot that it seemed to be able to fry an egg. She lowered her eyes and softly replied, Although Ah Lang doesn't want to kill me, I'm going to be tormented to death by Ah Lang. This sentence was like a call to charge. Yang Fan's little brother jumped up again. In fact, Yang Fan really didn't enjoy himself to the fullest last night. Because Gu Zhuting was a virgin, Yang Fan only wanted to do it with her once. But because of her special physique, their lovemaking lasted for a long time. After that, it took a long time to clean their bodies. It was easy to sweat in early summer. When Yang Fan asked her to kneel on the bed and raise her snow-white buttocks, her buttocks were already sweaty, like a pair of slippery jade balls. Gu Zhuting was very clean. How could she accompany her Lang Jun to sleep like this? After the sex ended, Gu Zhuting had to force herself to get up and take a bath even though her bones and tendons were weak. After she cleaned herself and lay down on the bed, traces of blood stained the bed again. Her physique was indeed special. When they had sex just now, there were only a few strands of blood. Unexpectedly, her blood had only increased now. The two of them had to change the bedsheets again. After the bedsheets were changed, Gu Zhuting still had to force herself to clean herself again. After so many times, it would be strange if she didn't get tired and fall apart. After hearing her words, Yang Fan remembered her intoxicating charm last night. He couldn't help but get closer to her delicate body. He persistently asked, Then tell me, do you like the feeling of being tormented to death by Lang Jun? Do you feel comfortable? Gu Zhuting blushed and didn't answer, but buried her head in his chest. Yang Fan didn't want to give up. He straightened his body. Gu Zhuting suddenly felt a hard sensation on her lower abdomen. She couldn't help but jump in shock. She quickly replied, I like it, it feels comfortable. After saying this, she immediately felt embarrassed. She quickly buried her face in Yang Fan's chest and didn't dare to show it again. Yang Fan was teased by her, and his fingers, which had been tightly clamped by her plump and strong thighs, couldn't help but gently move on the tender part between her thighs. Gu Zhuting's delicate body trembled. Her slender fingers clasped his arm. Her breathing quickened as she said, "Ah Lang," Yang Fan said in a low voice, "Lang Jun didn't have enough fun last night. Is Ting willing to make love to Lang Jun again?" Yang Fan thought that she was a woman for the first time. It was inevitable that it would be hard for her. If she didn't want to, he would bear with it for a while and let her recover. But Gu Zhuting recalled the taste of last night. Although she loved and feared Yang Fan, she couldn't resist at all. Hearing him say this, she buried her head in his chest and didn't say anything. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but become excited. He couldn't help saying, "You were too shy last night. Your husband didn't look at your body carefully. Be good and turn around. Let Lang Jun take a good look at your pretty face." Gu Zhuting didn't dare to be disobedient when Yang Fan said, "Be good." She blushed and turned around. She curled up her body and didn't dare to move. Yang Fan lifted the thin quilt, and only then did he see her alluring body in its entirety. Her back was as smooth as jade. Below her slender waist was an exaggeratedly round buttocks. Yang Fan recalled last night when he made her turn over and crawl on her stomach. Her round and tight, but paired with her extremely slender waist, was like a honey peach hanging from a branch on the bed. That kind of breathtakingly beautiful visual sensation brought him a kind of astonishing joy. He couldn't help but reach out his hand. Gu Zhuting's body trembled. Yang Fan had thick calluses on his palms because of his long practice with swords. When the calluses touched her smooth buttocks, she felt as if there were many ants crawling on them. She passively accepted Lang Jun's love. Her tensed body couldn't help but soften, and a sour feeling slowly rose in her lower abdomen. The itchy feeling quickly climbed from her buttocks to her front. She couldn't help but feel itchy in her chest. She couldn't help but clench her thighs. Yang Fan gently pulled her shoulders and she obediently lay down. She hugged her chest and closed her eyes tightly. Her neat eyelashes fluttered. "Ah Lang, please, put down the curtain." In fact, a thin curtain couldn't hide anything under the bright and soft light. Maybe it was because a more enclosed space could give her a psychological sense of security. Yang Fan didn't refuse her. He gently raised his hand and took off the golden hook. The thin gauze curtain with golden embroidery slowly fell down, sealing the bed into a small space. The embroidered bed swayed slightly. Behind the curtain, a strong male body swayed back and forth. A pair of snow-white long legs hooked around his waist. The squeaky music sounded again. Her movements were still very jerky, but her body, which had been used to jujitsu since childhood, could obviously adapt to any movement. Following the direction of the man on top of her, her strong waist and round buttocks began to move up and down. The scene was just like a knight with excellent horsemanship who was riding an unruly wild horse. Then, the two of them changed positions again. The male knight became the female knight. Her slender waist, that was almost broken, was like a willow swaying in the wind. The two round balls on her chest, that were as smooth as snow jade, rose and fell along with it. The delicate moans were sweet and seductive, with 30% pain and 70% pleasure. The rhythm of the gauze curtain slowly calmed down. The delicate moans also turned into soft gasps. The man and woman in the curtain were tightly snuggled together like birds on a branch. Gu Zhuting's soft breasts rose and fell. The strength that she had accumulated for a whole night was now gone, but her heart was extremely sweet. She had tasted love for the first time. In fact, the pleasure from the body had not been developed to the extreme, but the psychological satisfaction was the strongest at this time. She liked the feeling of being completely occupied by her man. She liked the feeling of him entering her body and mind deeply. She liked the feeling of him reaching the extreme. She was willing to sacrifice everything for this man. Yang Fan's lips kissed from her sweaty forehead to the tip of her nose, then to her pink lips, and then to her round shoulder, all the way to the pink scar on her arm caused by the crossbow arrow. Suddenly, he laughed in a low voice. Gu Zhuting's mind was extremely sensitive. She only knew that there was something wrong with her behavior. She could not help but ask in a low voice, "Ah Lang, why are you laughing?" Yang Fan gently stroked her soft waist and slowly slid down to her round buttocks. He savored the beautiful touch and said with a chuckle, "You don't know how worried I was last night. I was always worried that at the critical moment, someone would suddenly run in and shout at me, 'General, there's a visitor!' Sovereign, something bad has happened. Erlang, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Gu Zhuting opened her eyes and looked at him in surprise. Obviously, she did not understand what he was talking about. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Have you forgotten the last few times?" Yang Fan told her how he tried to make love with Gu Zhuting several times, but was repeatedly interrupted. Gu Zhuting could not help but burst into laughter. But when she laughed, she felt very embarrassed and quickly hid back in his arms. Yang Fan patted her perky buttocks and said in relief, "Thank God, this time, you and I are finally a real husband and wife, and we are safe and no one will cause any trouble." After this, Gu Zhuting naturally had to take a bath. She took a bath so many times in one night that Gu Zhuting was a little embarrassed to give the order. Yang Fan was thick-skinned, but he didn't feel embarrassed at all. For a man, this was something worth showing off. Didn't this show that he, General Yang, was full of energy and vigor? Yang Fan ordered the servants to prepare hot water. He did not let the weak and frail Gu Zhuting help him take a bath. He simply washed himself, then put on a light robe and tied his hair into a bun. Feeling refreshed, he strolled out of the rear residence. Gu Zhuting's bath was going to take a long time, and she would need to rest after she was done. Strange, men are the ones who work the hardest, so why are women the most exhausted? Yang Fan pondered as he walked. Finally, he came to a conclusion that made him proud. It should only be like this in my house. It's because my body is too strong. Yang Fan was shamelessly proud of himself when he suddenly saw Guda, Gu Er, and Gu San sitting under the grape trellis. Before Yang Fan had officially married Gu Zhuting, he had already slept with her sister. When he suddenly saw his 3 brothers-in-law, he could not help but feel a little guilty. He turned and wanted to hide in the bamboo forest at the side, but the 3 Gu brothers had already seen him. Guda stood up and said, "Ah Lang, someone is building a residence to the left of our residence." Yang Fan laughed it off. He could only walk over and ask, "Is that so? Who has such good foresight and has taken a liking to that place?" Gu Er replied, "This subordinate just asked around. I heard it was Prince Gaoyang." Originally, the 5 Prince of Shochuan and his brothers had taken a liking to that place. They had already asked the Ministry of Works to enclose the land, but in the end it was snatched away by Prince Gaoyang. Yang Fan immediately furrowed his brows. "Prince Gaoyang? I can't sleep well with a bad neighbor." Neither Wu Chongshuan nor Li Guer were good people. Why did this husband and wife, who specialized in stirring up trouble, choose that place? Fortunately, it was only Prince Gaoyang's family. If the Prince of Shochuan and his brothers were also building a residence there, then the world would truly be thrown into chaos. Just as Yang Fan was secretly rejoicing, Gu San said, "Ah Lang, the land to the right of our residence has also been bought by someone else." Puzzled, Yang Fan asked, "Why are there so many people eyeing that place? And who is this right wife of ours?" Guda replied, "Isn't it the 5 Prince of Shochuan and his brothers? The place they were eyeing was snatched away by Prince Gaoyang, so they chose the right side of our residence." Yang Fan's eyes widened as he listened. "What I've been afraid of has come true. What are the Wu and Li clans planning to do? With my Yang clan sandwiched between them, won't we never have a day of peace?" At this moment, Ren Wei leisurely walked out of the bamboo forest with a few imperial bodyguards in tow. In front of others, he acted cool, but behind the scenes, he didn't see Yang Fan. He beamed with joy as he told his subordinates, Today, when I went to the West City, I heard a joke. It was said that there was a family whose left neighbor was a coppersmith shop, while the right neighbor was a blacksmith shop. The two shops were constantly banging away, and the noise was very annoying. Today, when the family in the middle heard that the two shops were going to move out, they were very happy. They immediately invited their neighbors to their house and hosted a banquet. In the end, after 3 rounds of wine and 5 different dishes, they asked the two shop owners, and guess what? The coppersmith said, "I want to move to the blacksmith shop." The blacksmith said, "I want to move to the coppersmith shop." Ha ha. Chapter 10:26. Neighbors on the left and right. Lord Yang, who unfortunately lived in the middle, could no longer sit still. He immediately brought Gu Zhuting with him to the mansion that was currently under construction. Yang Fan did not ride a horse, but rode an ox cart. He finally understood that even someone as valiant as the great assassin Gu was still a weakling on the bed who could not bear to be killed. Given her delicate and powerless appearance, how could he let her ride a horse? When he brought her out of the estate, Yang Fan had been worried that the 3 Gu brothers would notice something was off, but he had still braced himself and brought Gu Zhuting. Gu Zhuting was currently his personal guard, and although he had repeatedly emphasized that he had recovered from his injuries, his subordinates did not think so. If he did not bring Gu Zhuting with him on this journey, it would only arouse the suspicion of others. But it seemed that the 3 Gu brothers were quite careless. They had not even noticed the strange change in the girl's body. This allowed Yang Fan to inwardly sigh in relief, laughing at his own lack of confidence. The land around Yang Fan's new estate had already been delineated by the Ministry of Works, and a few low-ranking officials were currently conducting detailed measurements. By the time Yang Fan arrived, the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang were already gone. The land they had set their eyes on had been forcefully taken away by Wu Chongxuan. No matter how good their mentality was, they still felt humiliated and found it embarrassing to remain here. However, to the left of Yang Fan's estate, Wu Chongxuan and his wife were still standing there. Wu Chongxuan had never dared to say too much about the affairs of the clan, leaving everything to Princess Annal. The area that Princess Annal had initially delineated was the size of 3 princely estates, far exceeding the standard of a princess's estate. Xiao Zhichen was helpless, so he could only beat around the bush and give her a warning, mentioning the emperor to Princess Annal. Their estate had been granted by the emperor, and the cost of construction had to be reported to the emperor. If the estate was too large, it would definitely be discovered by the empress. Although Princess Anlu did not understand why the empress was treating her coldly by the day, she knew that she was no longer favored by her grandmother, so she exercised some restraint and shrunk the size of the manor by half. When Yang Fan arrived, Princess Annal was gesticulating to Xiao Zhichen about the issues that needed attention during the construction of the mansion. When she saw Yang Fan arrive, Princess Annal instructed the puppet-like Wu Chong, "You tell him. Remember, this garden must be the same as the one in Luoyang." One of the reasons Yang Fan had come was because of the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons. When the Prince of Xiang's 5th son had arrived in the capital, he had not gone to welcome him. Now that the Prince of Xiang had run over to be his neighbor, he found it difficult to avoid meeting him. The other reason was because of Li Guo. Li Guo had always been domineering, and in the Eastern market, he had once again refused to give Li Guo face, resulting in a feud between the two. He was worried that this princess would become arrogant and not only drive away the Prince of Xiang's 5th son, but also encroach on his estate. Fortunately, although Li Guo was domineering, she was primarily relying on the power of her husband's family. If she only relied on her father, who was the crown prince, she would not even have the confidence to face off against some of the more powerful ministers, much less Yang Fan. For this reason, although she was willful, she did not dare to forcefully seize a private residence. Yang Fan already knew that the place to the right of his estate was the place chosen by the Prince of Xiang's 5th son, but when he arrived, He did not see Li Qingqi and his brothers. Yang Fan frowned, hesitating over whether he should go see Wu Chong-sun or pretend not to know that he was in that group of people, when he saw Li Guo walking toward him. Yang Fan patted Gu Zhuting's knee and got off the carriage alone. At this moment, Yang Fan had a relatively deep understanding of Li Guo. Not only was this woman licentious and shameless, she did not even have the basic cultivation and elegance of a member of the royal family. He was afraid that Li Guo would insult Gu Zhuting again, so he did not want them to come into contact. Wu Chong-sun saw that his beloved wife had abandoned him to go see Yang Fan alone, and was very displeased. He regarded Li Guo as unparalleled in the world and treated her like a treasure. He thought that all the men in the world, like him, treated Li Guo like a living treasure. It seemed that if Li Guo beckoned with her finger, he would crawl under her skirt like a dog. However, because in the eastern market of Chang'an, Yang Fan had publicly refused to give Li Guo face, although Wu Chong-sun was displeased, he did not think too much about it. Li Guo walked closer and gradually slowed down her pace. She put her hands behind her back and walked gracefully like a cat, swaying along the way. Yang Fan saw this and had to admit that in terms of appearance, Enlu was indeed the most beautiful woman he had ever seen in his life. Li Guo wore a charming smile that could turn all living things upside down and said, "General Yang, we will be neighbors from now on." Yang Fan's face darkened and said, "That's really unfortunate." Li Guo's face changed and she said angrily, "Did I ask you to avoid me like a snake or a scorpion? Why did you humiliate me again and again?" Yang Fan said, "People will humiliate themselves and their descendants will humiliate them. Your Highness, why don't you reflect on why I have been disrespectful to the princess?" Li Guo glanced coldly at Gu Zhuting in the carriage and sneered, "Just because of her? That bitch?" Yang Fan said in a deep voice, "Don't forget, if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't be here today and your father would be long dead. She is the savior of your family." Li Guo raised her curvy chin and sneered disdainfully, "All the land under the sky belongs to the king, and all the people who live on the land are the king's subjects. My father has been designated as the emperor's heir, and you, as the courtiers, should sacrifice your own lives to save him. I am the emperor's daughter, and you saving me is also a sign of loyalty. Do you want me to owe her a favor?" Yang Fan looked at her deeply and said with a face full of hatred, "How did you become like this?" Li Guo said sweetly, "How did I become like this? I don't find any difference from before. Oh, if there is anything, it is that I am more beautiful than before. Clothes make the man and saddle make the horse. Even if you're born beautiful, you still need gorgeous clothes and jewelry to make you more beautiful." Yang Fan was not angry because of her words. He asked lightly, "Have you seen the moat outside Chang City?" Li Guo did not know why he suddenly changed the topic. After a moment of surprise, she said, "Yes, why?" Yang Fan said, "Do you think the moat is beautiful?" Li Guo frowned and said, "When I entered the city, I saw that the moat had dried up, and the bank was full of mud. It was dirty. What was there to see?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "It was autumn last year when I rushed over from Luoyang. It was a refreshing autumn day, and the river was clear and blue. When the wind blew, it sparkled. There were also white clouds reflected on the water surface. It was very beautiful. Unfortunately, in order to widen the river and clean up the mud, the Chang's local government has cut off the river. I did not expect that when the layer of clear water was uncovered, it was so dirty underneath." Li Guo's pretty face slowly changed color, but Yang Fan was still saying, "When the silt is removed, the bottom is even more filthy. The stench makes it hard for people to breathe. Just like you, Your Highness, when you were in Fangzhou, even if you were pretending, at least you still had a bit of fake cuteness. But now? You have identity and status, you are more and more unscrupulous, and your true nature is undoubtedly exposed. I really don't understand why God gave a person such a beautiful appearance, but gave her such a dirty heart, vulgar, shallow, perverse, selfish, lascivious, shameless. Li Guo said angrily, Yang Fan, that's enough. Yang Fan sneered and continued, I don't know what you will become when your father becomes the emperor and you can be more unscrupulous. Some people say that you are the most beautiful princess since the founding of the Tang dynasty. But if you don't repent, one day, you will also become the ugliest princess since the founding of the Tang dynasty. Stop! Li Guo scolded. Yang Fan stopped in his tracks, but he did not turn back. He only said coldly, Dare I ask what is the matter, Your Highness? Li Guo's sharp nails pierced the palm of her hand, and she controlled the anger in her heart. She gritted her teeth and said, As long as I want, no man will be unwilling to crawl under my feet. Yang Fan, you are no exception. You will kneel under my feet like a dog, wagging your tail to me, begging me to forgive you. Begging me. Yang Fan slowly turned around with a mocking sneer on his face. He said mockingly, Like I said, if the clear water is removed, what is revealed is the filthy silt. Only by digging up the filthy silt can one smell the nauseating stench. Some things always need to be uncovered layer by layer. Just like Your Highness, I should now add another virtue to you: arrogance. Yang Fan laughed and left. Li Guo looked at his back and gritted her teeth. Her pretty face had 2 fierce scars, and her eyes were burning as if they were going to spit out a flame and burn him to ashes. She had never been called such a cheap person before, even when she was doing something very cheap. But when she became a princess again, there was someone who called her so unbearably. Wu Chongxuan had been staring at her from afar, as if his beautiful wife was being taken advantage of. When Li Guo angrily walked towards him, he turned around and pretended to warn Xiao Yuanwei. Li Guo walked to his side with a calm face and said, You still haven't finished? Wu Chongxuan smiled and said, Not yet, soon, soon. Li Guo vented all the anger she suffered from Yang Fan on him, and angrily said, Really a useless piece of trash. I gave you such a simple task and you can't even do it properly. Wu Chongxuan hurriedly said, Wife, where are you going? Li Guo turned around and angrily shouted, I'm going back to the Fu. What? You useless thing, do you only know how to follow behind a woman? You better obediently stay here. Every blade of grass and tree of this courtyard has to be arranged like the manor in Luoyang. If anything goes wrong, I will hold you responsible. Wu Chongxuan did not dare to chase after her. When he saw Li Guo angrily board the carriage and leave, he unhappily turned around. Xiao Zhichen, the vice minister of the Ministry of Works, quickly put away the smile on his face and pretended to be respectful as he raised his brush and said, Royal Prince, please continue. Wu Chongxuan vented all the anger he suffered from Li Guo on Xiao Yuanwei. His spittle flew as he said, You piece of trash, you still can't understand such a simple matter. Quickly send a letter to the Ministry of Works in Luoyang and tell them to go to my residence and draw a map of the back garden. Bring it over and build the same. If there is any mistake, this prince will hold you responsible. Wu Chongxuan finished speaking and left in a huff. He did not dare to return to the Fu immediately, afraid that he would be scolded by Li Guo again. He could only walk around and relax. Li Guo sat in the carriage, and was about to leave Longqing Lane when she suddenly poked her head out of the carriage. She stared at the small island in the middle of the lake, and a malicious smile slowly appeared in the corner of her eyes. She had changed her mind. She wanted Yang Fan to die. She must kill Yang Fan immediately. Chapter 10:27. Princess Annel angrily returned to the mansion and immediately sent someone to summon Du Wentian. Du Wentian was originally going to accompany them to see the foundation of the house, but Wu Chongxuan was very dissatisfied with him wandering around Princess Annel. Although he didn't dare to say anything in front of Princess Annel, he didn't give Du Wentian a good look either. Du Wentian had always coveted Princess Annel, and when he saw Wu Chongxuan's behavior, he felt guilty. Therefore, He found an excuse and left first, saying that he had to settle the matter that Princess Anel had instructed him to do. Although Du Wentian was looking for an excuse, he actually went to find out and had just returned to the mansion. When he heard that Princess Anel had summoned him, Du Wentian was shocked. When he found out that Wu Chongshuan didn't return with her, his lust took over and he hurriedly went to see Anel. Princess Anel returned to her residence, and had just changed her clothes when she heard that Du Wentian had arrived. She waved her hand to dismiss the maids and ordered, "Call him in." Du Wentian lowered his head and respectfully walked into the room. He bowed deeply and said, "Du Wentian greets the princess." "Forget it," Princess Anel casually ordered. Du Wentian raised his head and saw Princess Anel standing in front of him. She was dressed in a bright red peony green muslin robe and a daffodil green leaf skirt that dragged on the ground. Her snow-white chest was exposed, and in the middle of her beautiful collarbones was a seductive cleavage. His eyes couldn't help but stare. Princess Anel straightened her chest and her eyes were watery. She coquettishly said, "Du Wentian, you're really daring to stare at me like this." Du Wentian remembered how she teased him last time and knew that this princess wasn't a pure woman. He gathered his courage and said, "The princess is as beautiful as a fairy and is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Seeing the princess's unparalleled beauty, how can I only be daring?" Princess Anel glanced at his lower body and saw that there was a small tent on his robe. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Her self-esteem was hurt when she was ridiculed by Yang Fan by the Longqing pool. Now that she saw how obsessed Du Wentian was, she regained some confidence. Princess Anlu turned around gracefully and tossed her round and perky buttocks at Du Wentian. She walked over gracefully and sat down on the Arhat couch. The water-green silk was tied into a knot around her slender waist. As she sat down, her slender waist seemed to bend, and the back of her waist stretched out in a smooth arc. Princess Anlu said in a tender voice, "How's the investigation of the matter that I ordered you to do?" Du Wentian composed himself and bowed. "Princess has instructed me to do my best. I've already found out that old Madame Zheng's birthday is September 21st. Most of the aristocratic families in Chang'an sent people to Luoyang to congratulate old Madame Zheng on her birthday last year, so they still remember it." Princess Anel muttered, 21st of September? There were still about 4 months to go. By that time, Shanghai Wanner would have already given birth, and there would be no evidence to catch. There won't be enough time. What about Shanghai Wanner's birthday? Du Wentian said, "Shanghai Wanner is still unmarried. She has never held a banquet to celebrate her birthday, so it's not easy to find out the exact date of her birthday. However, I heard from an uncle that Shanghai Wanner's grandfather and father were executed by the Empress on December 13th of the first year of Linda. At that time, Shanghai Wanner wasn't even a month old, so Shanghai Wanner's birthday should be in late November or early December." Princess Anlu raised her eyebrows again and said, "November or December, that's even more impossible. Is there any other reason to use?" Du Wentian shook his head and said, "I'm ashamed, I really can't find out." "Your Highness, are you planning to?" Princess Anel said, "If her birthday is just around the corner, I can use the birthday celebration as an excuse to gather the Chang'an officials and give her an unexpected surprise as an excuse to break into the island. At that time, she won't have any reason to refuse to see anyone. As long as she comes out, do you think the whole world won't know about this scandal?" Du Wentian said, "What if Shanghai Wanner doesn't want to see anyone?" Princess Anel sneered and said, "How can there be such an unreasonable person in the world? How can there be such an unreasonable thing? If she still refuses to see anyone, I have plenty of ways to force my way in. For example, I can arrange for someone to cause some trouble and create the illusion of an assassination. As long as I have a reason to gather the Chang'an officials and nobles on the island, I'm not afraid that she won't come out." Du Wentian praised, "Your Highness's wisdom is unparalleled. What a brilliant plan. Princess Anil smiled and said, I didn't come up with this plan. Back at Dragon's Gate, Wei Wang and Liang Wang wanted to find my father with the excuse of an assassin. I'm just copying them. Alright, stop flattering me. Now that we don't have an excuse, what do you think we should do? Du Wentian looked at her round and curvy butt and really wanted to flatter the princess. However, although the princess was flirting with him, she didn't show any signs of going further. Du Wentian still didn't dare to be too presumptuous. Hearing Princess Anil's words, Du Wentian couldn't help but frown and ponder seriously. Princess Anil also frowned and pondered for a long time. Suddenly, Princess Anil's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, I got it. Du Wentian hurriedly asked, Your Highness, what's your plan? Princess Anil waved her hand and said, Come closer. Du Wentian hurriedly stepped forward and gently bent down. As soon as he bent down, his nose smelled a delicate fragrance. What he saw was an alluring deep ravine. Looking down from above, two strange peaks stood out. It was rare for Du Wentian to have such intimate contact with Li Guo, so he was extremely excited. But his excitement didn't last for too long. When Princess Anli's method was spoken of, it was like a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head, causing him to break out in cold sweat from fright, and his charming and alluring thoughts had been scared off to Java. Did this princess only know such a simple and direct method that was full of loopholes? Du Wentian said in shock, Your Highness, if we do this, won't we cause too much of a commotion? If word gets out, it will be a great crime that will lead to the extermination of the entire clan. We can't do this, we can't do this. Princess Anil said in a carefree manner, Why can't we do this? As long as our hands and feet are clean enough, who can find fault with us? Du Wentian said with trepidation, Your Highness, let's think about it carefully. There must be a way. There are too many loopholes in this plan, it really isn't feasible. As long as Shangguan Daiji calms down and thinks about it carefully, he will definitely understand the reason behind it and will be able to trace it back to us. Princess Anil said in disdain, At that time, she will already be a prisoner awaiting execution. Will there still be a chance to investigate the truth? The Emperor is far away in Luoyang, how will he know the details? Won't it be up to us to say whatever we say? At that time, the only thing His Majesty the Emperor will want to do is to kill Shangguan Wan to cover up his shame. He won't investigate this matter. Du Wentian shook his head repeatedly, still not daring to agree. He may be blinded by lust, but how can he easily agree to something like losing his head? Princess Anil said angrily, Didn't you say that you are willing to die for me? Du Wentian knelt down and kowtowed, saying, For your Highness, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. But this matter is too risky. If Princess is involved, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I'm cut into 1,000 pieces. I absolutely dare not agree. Princess Anil saw that he was unwilling to give in and her eyes turned slightly. She sighed and said, Fine, this is indeed difficult for you. Since that's the case, let me think of a perfect plan first. Du Wentian heaved a sigh of relief and repeatedly kowtowed in agreement. Princess Anil lay down lazily on the couch and said unhurriedly, I'm tired, give me a shoulder massage. Du Wentian was stunned and asked in disbelief, Princess, are you talking about me? Li Guo glared at him and scoffed, Is there anyone else in this room? This one obeys. Du Wentian was wild with joy. He quickly walked over and placed his trembling hands lightly on Li Guo's shoulders. Li Guo was wearing a dress that bared her chest, revealing a large area of crystal clear and shockingly fair skin. With a light press from Du Wentian, a kind of soft and seductive feeling seeped into his heart and spleen. Du Wentian pressed a few more times, and his lustful heart began to stir. He could no longer restrain himself, and he couldn't help but move a little towards the protruding curves of her chest. Seeing that Princess Anil didn't respond, Du Wentian's courage gradually grew. He was about to move a little closer when Li Guo suddenly raised her hand and lightly placed it on his. Du Wentian's body stiffened. He saw that Li Guo didn't even open her eyes. She only pulled his hand and lightly moved it to her soft and plump breasts. Du Wentian couldn't help but shiver and said with a trembling voice, "Princess." Princess Annel said in a sweet voice, "It's a little sore here too. Help me rub it," and here. Princess Annel pulled his hand and moved it towards her flat stomach. "Down, down, and down," she said in a gentle voice, "here and here." Du Wentian couldn't hold it in anymore. Just as his big hand touched her round and slender waist that was full of vitality and exuded boundless desire, a beastly roar came from his throat and he pressed down on her. Princess Annel was half naked as she laid there. Her milky white breasts were half covered and half exposed. They were as alluring as a blossoming flower. Like a swan that had been shot by an arrow, she raised her beautiful neck and pressed her hands tightly against Du Wentian's head. She panted delicately and said, "Young Master Du, do you want me?" Du Wentian was about to go crazy from anxiety. He really wanted to dive into the grotto of ecstasy right now, but Princess Li's legs were tightly wrapped around his neck, and her hands were pressing down on his head, so he could only satisfy his lust. Hearing Princess Annel say this, Du Wentian couldn't wait and said, "Yes, yes. Princess, please take pity on me." Princess Annel's nose was filled with lust. She said with a sweet blush, "Then are you willing to do what I want you to do?" Du Wentian only wanted to burrow into her body. There was nothing he wouldn't agree to. He immediately nodded and said, "I'm willing. I'm willing. As long as the princess takes pity on me, I'm willing to do anything for the princess." Princess Anne laughed unrestrainedly and spread open her thighs. Du Wentian was like a wild beast that had been released from its cage. With a roar, he jumped up. His robe had long been opened, and as he stood upright, his buttocks began to shake like a male dog in heat. It was a pity that he had endured for a long time. In front of him was the beauty he had been infatuated with for a long time. In the end, the moment he burrowed into Princess Annel's body, he lost control. Du Wentian was very unwilling, but he could no longer control himself. He could only lie on her body like a deflated ball. Princess Li's eyes were like silk and her jade dimples were blushing. She gently caressed his shoulder and back. Her face was flushed and she looked like she was in love. However, there was a clear and proud smile in her eyes. Du Wentian lacked courage, so she gave him some courage. Now that he had tasted the sweetness, would she be afraid that he wouldn't obediently do things for her? After Yang Fan left the Longqing pond, he didn't immediately return to the island. Instead, he drove to the 1,000 cavalry camp outside the Xuanwu Gate. Although he still had the excuse that his injuries hadn't fully recovered, his real purpose was to accompany Wan on the island. The 1,000 cavalry camp was where his roots were. He couldn't stay away for long. However, when Yang Fan arrived at the 1,000 cavalry camp, he just walked around and met with the generals, brigade commanders, and even squad leaders. The emperor hadn't moved the capital to Chang'an yet. The 1,000 cavalry camp didn't have much to do other than daily training. However, it was necessary for him to come. If he didn't appear for a long time, his influence in the army would be reduced. Yang Fan's action was to show everyone that he was the supreme commander of the 1,000 cavalry camp. Yang Fan stayed at the 1,000 cavalry camp for more than 2 hours. When he drove back to Chang'an, he saw that the streets were crowded. There was a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the brothel. Yang Fan casually glanced around and unexpectedly saw a few familiar faces on the stage. In the brothel, an illusion was being performed on the stage that was half the height of a person. The performer was the old leader, Mo Guan. Old Mo was a famous master of illusion. Back then, Yang Fan had invited him from Chang'an to Luoyang. He had wanted him to expose the deceit of Taoist Shifang, the old nun of Hanoi, and the barbarian Moliai. Unexpectedly, Shui Huai had burned down Ming Tang and Heaven. Wu Zetian thus vented her anger on the old nun of Hanoi, who claimed to know the past and the future. Thus, this master of illusion was useless. Later, Yang Fan was ordered to go to Fangzhou to bring the Prince of Luling back to the capital. He had even used Old Mo's illusion group as a cover. Later, the two sides parted in Fangzhou. Unexpectedly, they had come to Chang'an again. Old Mo did not notice Yang Fan. He was performing a square egg on the stage. A round egg was hidden in a hat. In the blink of an eye, the bottom of the hat was filled with eggs. Moreover, each egg was square, causing the audience to click their tongues in wonder. This was just a simple illusion. Because he knew that Yang Fan was a minister of the imperial court and would not use illusions to steal his business, Mo Guan had told Yang Fan the method of conjuring eggs and the secret of changing the shape of the eggshell by soaking it in vinegar. Yang Fan had once used this magic to tease his son. The little fellow was so stunned that he practically regarded his father as a deity. Now that he saw Mo Guan perform this illusion technique, Yang Fan couldn't help but think of his long-lost son in the distant Luoyang. He thought of his children being happy at his knees, and a sense of longing suddenly surged into his heart. However, it would still be several months before he could see them again. At this thought, Yang Fan couldn't help but faintly sigh. At this moment, someone was coming from the island in the center of the lake. When he saw Yang Fan's carriage parked on the side of the road, he hurried over and softly reported, "Ah Lang, the 5 princes of the Prince of Xiang's estate have just come to pay a visit to the island in the center of the lake. Because Ah Lang is not on the island, they have already left." The princes were of noble status, so a visit from 5 princes was naturally no small matter. Thus, the person left behind on the island did not dare to tarry and immediately sent a message. Seeing that it was still early, Gu Zhuting asked Yang Fan, "Does Ah Lang want to pay a return visit to the estates of the 5 princes?" The moment Yang Fan heard the news, a thoughtful smile appeared on his face. He smiled and shook his head. Lightly patting Gu Zhuting's well-built and soft thigh, he said, "Tinger, although your Ah Lang isn't Zhuge, he still has to pay a visit to the thatched cottage 3 times. Haha, let's return to Longqing Square." Chapter 10:28. When Yang Fan had said to Gu Zhuting that he would wait for the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons to visit the thatched hut 3 times, he had only been joking. If he had really imitated Zhuge Liang and had the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons visit several times, it would have been too obvious. The joint visit of the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons had already expressed their attitude. Yang Fan thus understood their intentions, and he also understood that they were aware of his true intentions in competing with Princess Anlu in the eastern city of Chang'an. That was enough. There were some things that he could not speak too bluntly, nor could he do too bluntly, so he needed a response. Only in this way would he know if they had understood and the two sides could work together tacitly. Now that the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons had responded, he naturally understood what he had to do. On the morning of the next day, Yang Fan ordered someone to bring his visiting card to the Prince of Sichuan. When interacting with nobles, unless they were close friends who did not regard each other as outsiders, they would need to send a visiting card in advance to set up a meeting time. The Prince of Xiang's 5 sons had come without notice yesterday because Yang Fan had been recuperating on the island in the center of the lake. The Prince of Xiang's 5 sons had not expected him to leave the island. Now that Yang Fan wanted to visit the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons, he needed to make an appointment in advance. The appointment between Yang Fan and the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons was on the morning of the next day. On the next day, Yang Fan punctually paid a visit. As a loyal general, Yang Fan's rank was not just 1 or 2 ranks lower than that of the Prince of Xiang. According to etiquette, the Prince of Xiang did not need to come out to welcome him. All he needed to do was send a steward to lead him into the drawing room. But the moment Yang Fan stepped through the door, he saw 5 youths standing by the door, smiling at him. Yang Fan could not help but be somewhat surprised. He truly had not expected the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons to treat him with such courtesy. Yang Fan hurriedly quickened his steps and went forward. Before he reached the steps, he clasped his hands and bowed. Yang Fan pays his respects to the 5 princes. I am greatly honored to have troubled the princes to lower their ranks to welcome me. Today, Yang Fan was dressed in casual clothes. He wore a soft-legged hat and a pair of black boots with white soles. He wore a white inner robe with a tight leather belt and a light blue open robe with a light gold embroidered border. Because his robe was not tied with a leather belt, his movements made the wide robe and his large sleeves flutter in the wind. Because his robe was not tied with a leather belt, his movements caused his wide robe and his large sleeves to flutter. Li Qingqi laughed heartily and hurriedly came forward to support Yang Fan. He said, "General Yang is wearing a light robe today. You look very elegant. If I didn't know your identity, I would have thought that you were a scholar from the Imperial Academy." Just by looking at General Yang's graceful bearing, who would have thought that General Yang was actually a brave, skilled, and outstanding general? Li Qingqi was very good with words. The Imperial College was divided into 3 levels: Imperial College, and Imperial College. The highest level was the Imperial College. Even the Xiozai were not the Xiozai of later generations. The Xiozai of the Tang dynasty were all talented scholars who were picked out of 10,000. They were even harder to pass than the Jinshi examination. Yang Fan smiled and said, "Your Highness, you flatter me. I am only a martial artist. This way of dressing is just a facade." "Ha!" Li Qingqi's smile faded slightly. He asked with deep concern, "When I was in Chang'an, I heard that General Yang was plotted against by thieves. I was very concerned. Yesterday, I came with several brothers to pay a visit. Unfortunately, General Yang was busy with military affairs and went to the cavalry camp. How is it? Has General Yang recovered?" Yang Fan smiled and replied, "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. I have been recuperating from my injuries for a few months and I have recovered. I will be able to return to the camp in another month or so." That's good. Li Qingqi held his arm and smiled as he introduced, "General Yang has met these brothers of mine before, so I will not introduce them one by one. I heard that General Yang is coming today. These brothers of mine are waiting at the residence. Look, my 5th brother is usually very playful and did not go out today." As Li Qingqi spoke, Yang Fan cupped his hands in greeting to Li Qingyi and the others. The 4 of them smiled and returned the greeting. Li Qingqi said enthusiastically, Come. A banquet has been prepared in the hall and we are waiting for General Yang's arrival. Come, let us sit in the hall and drink while we talk." Li Qingqi held Yang Fan's arm and walked in front. Someone led Ren Wei and the others to rest. Gu Zhuting was dressed in green and her hair was tied up with a cloth. She looked like a servant and followed closely behind Yang Fan. When Li Qingqi and the others saw her willowy eyebrows, almond-shaped eyes and jade-like skin, they knew that she was a woman in disguise, so they did not ask any questions. The residence that Lu Qietian had prepared for the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons was rather large. It had 3 entrances, 4 rooms, 2 halls, and a garden. It had a main gate, a ceremonial gate, and a middle gate. The windows in the hall were decorated with flower lattices, and the windows and doors were decorated with lifelike images of monkeys, deer, fish, birds, and other animals. The hall was spacious and bright, hung with vertical paintings of pines, bamboos, plum blossoms, and orchids. The elegant and tranquil atmosphere made it seem like a large study. The moment they entered the reception hall, maids began to serve all sorts of delicacies like fluttering butterflies, but there were no musicians or dancers in the 2 rooms to liven things up. In this way, the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons' regard and respect for Yang Fan could be seen, but it also did not give the impression that they were fawning on him and lowering their status. When Yang Fan saw this, he knew that the 5 brothers had put a lot of thought into this and couldn't help but silently praise them. Speaking of which, ever since Li Jianqing and Li Shimin, the Li clan had produced many heroes. Alas, the demoness Wu Zetian had appeared out of nowhere. Now, any of the more astute and capable descendants of the Li clan had been killed by Wu Zetian, and even Wu Zetian's two most elegant sons had died a violent death. The current crown prince Li Xian and the prince of Xiang, Li Dan, could be said to be extremely mediocre. Unexpectedly, their juniors were so outstanding. In the side courtyard of Li Guo's estate, Du Wentian said to his family members with a gloomy expression, "Did you all hear what I said just now?" The family members nodded and replied, "Young master, be at ease. We understand." Du Wentian waved his hand and said, "Go. Spread the news as quickly as possible through the streets and alleys. Be careful and don't expose your family's identity." The family members immediately left. Du Wentian followed Li Guo's orders. The first step was to create a rumor and spread the news that Shanghai Wanner was having an affair with someone and that she was pregnant. Li Guo ordered Du Wentian to cut the evidence and give it to Yang Fan, having him spread the news that Shanghai Wanner was pregnant with Yang Fan's child. Even without Yang Fan, when Princess Annal learned that Shanghai Wanner was pregnant and had been sent to Chang'an to await childbirth, she also wanted to find a chance to cause trouble and kill Shanghai Wanner. She had no grudge against Shanghai Wanner. The only reason she had this idea was because of jealousy. She was jealous that her imperial grandmother treated her unfairly. She was pregnant out of wedlock, and her imperial grandmother treated her with disdain. Why was it that an outsider who was pregnant out of wedlock would shield her like this and treat her so harshly? She didn't understand. It was precisely because of the difference between the inside and the outside that Wu Zetian was so demanding of her. As an elder, even if he was unbearable, he still hoped that his child would have a noble character. Li Guo, however, thought that this was her imperial grandmother's favoritism towards Shanghai Wanner. She wanted to use her own method to seek justice. As an imperial daughter, her status was incomparably noble, but she was ridiculed because she was pregnant out of wedlock. Then, Shanghai Wanner should die because of this. This was only fair. As for involving Yang Fan, it was just a flash of inspiration. Li Guo already hated Yang Fan to the core. She wanted to use this opportunity to eradicate Yang Fan in one fell swoop. However, even if her father sat on the throne, a minister of the imperial court was not someone that a princess like her could touch as she pleased. She must have a sufficient reason. Now, she could use this opportunity to drag Yang Fan into it. She didn't expect that the accusation she made up for Yang Fan was actually infinitely close to the truth. Unfortunately, she couldn't tell Du Wentian her real purpose. She only said that she needed a man to make this rumor more perfect. Yang Fan had many opportunities to get in touch with Shanghai Wanner when he was in Luoyang. Now that he was living on the island in the middle of the lake, he was the best candidate. However, she didn't expect that Du Wentian also had a motive for telling her this secret. The person Du Wentian hated to the core was Zhang Changzong. He was beaten up by Zhang Changzong in Xingjiao Temple. He wanted revenge. He thought that Princess Annal only involved Yang Fan because Yang Fan had humiliated her in Chang'an East City. This small matter was obviously not as serious as the pain he had suffered. Therefore, he made a small change to Li Guo's instructions. He changed Yang Fan to Zhang Changzong. Yang Fan took his leave from the fifth prince's residence. He walked leisurely with a thoughtful expression on his face. Gu Zhuting walked beside him. Her sharp eyes scanned the crowd out of habit. After making sure that no dangerous people were approaching, she said to Yang Fan, "What are you thinking about, Ah Lang?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "I'm thinking about the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang. These 5 young people are not simple. They just arrived in Chang'an 2 days ago. This is only the 3rd day, but they have already found something that can buy people's hearts. Very impressive." Gu Zhuting was surprised and said, "Ah Lang, Are you talking about the 5 sons of the Prince of Xiang asking the emperor to plow the sorrowful fields and build a clinic? Yang Fan nodded and said, That's right. During the banquet, Gu Zhuting had heard Li Longji mention that there was a Zen master Hong Fang of the Longhua Temple who built a clinic and took in hundreds of poor and sick people. In the end, because the emperor was about to move the capital, in order to clean up the city, the Chang'an prefectural magistrate Lu Qiaotian actually wanted to drive these people away from Chang'an so that they would not be an eyesore. When Li Qingqi and his brothers learned about this, they were moved and planned to write a petition to the imperial court, asking the emperor to commend the Zen master Hong Fang of the Longhua Temple for his kind and righteous deeds. The imperial court would also allocate funds to support the clinic. The 5 of them were willing to donate 50 mu of land each to be used as the sorrowful fields of the Longhua Temple to help the poor and sick people. Li Qingqi also warmly invited Yang Fan to join him in this righteous cause and was willing to take the lead in writing a petition with Yang Fan. Yang Fan generously agreed to write a petition together with them. He also donated 50 mu of land. At that time, Gu Zhuting felt that it was very rare for these princes to be so considerate of the people. Now that Ah Lang mentioned it, could it be that they had other motives? Yang Fan smiled and replied, Nothing else. They are just trying to buy people's hearts. Gu Zhuting resentfully said, So that's how it is. Your servant thought they were good people. Yang Fan laughed and said, How are they not good people? If everyone in the world is willing to buy people's hearts like this, how many good people would there be? Good people, some do it out of pity, some do it for peace of mind, some do it to accumulate virtue, and some do it for fame. What their motive is not important. What is important is that they have done a good deed. Gu Zhuting said, Your servant is not saying that it is not good for them to do good deeds, but once the imperial court approves this matter, even though Ah Lang is the one taking the lead, there are 5 Jun Wang who are asking for help at the same time. The common people will only remember those officials' favors, and who will remember Ah Lang? Ah Lang has done a good deed, but the good reputation has been earned by them. How can your servant be happy? Yang Fan laughed and said, Actually, they are not trying to take advantage of me. The reason why they invited me to join them in this righteous cause is because they are in a difficult situation and really have no other choice. Moreover, they are also testing me to see if I really have the intention to help the Li family. Gu Zhuting blinked her eyes, not quite understanding what Yang Fan meant. Yang Fan explained further, although the Li family has somewhat recovered its strength, it is still far from being able to compete with the Wu family. Moreover, the current crown prince has been under house arrest in Fangzhou for many years and has not had any major conflicts with the Wu family. But now, the Prince of Xiang has been repeatedly attacked by the Wu family, and the 2 sides have long since formed an irreconcilable grudge. Under these circumstances, the Prince of Xiang's branch cannot steal the spotlight and steal the crown prince's limelight, nor can they directly confront the Wu family. Now that the emperor is about to move the capital, Heir Zhang and the Wu family have come to Chang'an to buy people's hearts and rope in the nobles and officials. If the Prince of Xiang's branch wants to do something, they must avoid conflict with them, so they can only find another way. Heir Zhang and the Wu family are both trying to rope in people from above, so they can only look down. Gu Zhuting said, But why did they pull Ah Lang along? Yang Fan said, Because I am not on good terms with the Wu family, and because I once saved the crown prince. Because of these 2 reasons they pulled me along. Although the common people cannot see the storm in the court, the people in the court know it very well. With me, they will not be under too much pressure. You must know that the current crown prince was once emperor, and so was the Prince of Xiang. Both of them have the right to continue to rule the Tang dynasty. So, they want to accumulate popularity, but they can't make the emperor, the Wu clan, the second Zhang clan, and the crown prince, who is in the same boat as them, fear them. It's very difficult. Gu Zhuting felt a headache after listening to Ah Lang's explanation. What Ah Lang said was more complicated and troublesome than sneaking into an army of millions to assassinate a general. Gu Zhuting shook her head and said, I don't want to listen anymore. It's too complicated. I don't understand it at all. Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard what she said. At this time, they passed by a brothel in front of them and heard cheers. Yang Fan turned around and saw Mo Guan and his circus troupe performing illusions. Yang Fan smiled and said, We are really fated to meet them. We did not support them yesterday, and have nothing to do today. Let's go and see if they have any new illusions. Yang Fan said as he dismounted. Gu Zhuting also dismounted and stood in front of him to protect him. Among the crowd watching the illusions, a member of the Du family was talking about the gossip of the most talented woman in the court, Wanner. He did not notice that Yang Fan was walking towards him. Chapter 1029. The servant of the Du residence did not expect that he would meet the key person in the brothel. The illusion was being performed on the stage, so he was not in the mood to watch. He spared no effort to spread the rumor, You still don't believe me? No matter how high Shanghai Wan Er's status is, or how talented she is still a woman. Does she not want a man? Zhang Changzong is a descendant of the Prime Minister, a descendant of an aristocratic family. He is a talented young man who knows everything about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He is also very beautiful. Otherwise, how could he have the reputation of Lianhua Lu Lang? Zhang Changzong and Shanghai Wanner both live in the palace. They see each other day and night. Isn't it natural for them to fall in love with each other? The person next to him obviously did not believe his words. He laughed and said, That's not possible, right? Don't talk nonsense. Isn't Zhang Changzong the emperor's man? How could he dare to do such a thing behind the emperor's back? The servant of the Du residence laughed and said, Who doesn't do such things behind the emperor's back? Who isn't afraid of being found out? But the lightning from the sky has stirred up the fire from the earth. Is it that easy to endure? Let me tell you another thing. A few days ago, Zhang Changzong secretly brought Shanghai Wan to Xingjiao Temple to pray. They were seen by someone. That Shangguan Wan was already pregnant and had a big belly. They donated a large amount of money to the temple. The merit book clearly states, husband and wife. However, they both used aliases. Hey! Not only do they have an affair, but they also have a bastard child. Going to the temple to pray to the Buddha is to pray for their safety. The person next to him said doubtfully, There is such a thing? Yang Fan's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Gu Zhuting knew whose child Shanghai Wan is pregnant with. When she heard that person speak nonsense and tarnish Wan reputation, she couldn't help but be furious. But just as she took a step forward, her wrist was tightly grabbed by Yang Fan. He shook his head at her. The servant of the Du residence proudly said, Of course. Think about it. Zhang Changzong is the emperor's favorite boy, right? Shangguan Wanner is the emperor's most trusted aide, right? The emperor hasn't even moved back to Chang'an. Why did he send his most beloved man and most trusted confidant to Chang'an? As the servant of the Du residence said this, he sneakily looked around. Yang Fan had already turned his attention to the stage, as if he had not heard the servant's words. In fact, this Du residence servant was deliberately putting on an act. He wasn't really afraid that others would hear him, he was simply afraid that others wouldn't hear him. The servant pretended to be polite for a while before saying, In this matter, it's clear that they deceived the emperor. Shangguan Wan is pregnant with Zhang Changzong's bastard child and her belly is getting bigger. She is afraid of being discovered by the emperor, so she found an excuse to hide in Chang'an. Zhang Changzong is her adulterer, so how can she be at ease? Of course, she has to follow him. No way, I heard that Zhang Changzong arrived in Chang'an first. What's so strange about that? Is there anyone in this world more intimate than the person who sleeps with the same pillow? The emperor must have promised Zhang Changzong first. When Zhang Changzong arrived in Chang'an, as long as he said that he couldn't handle it alone, the emperor would definitely send her most capable helper. Yang Fan walked out of the crowd with a calm face. Gu Zhuting caught up with him and asked in a low voice, "Lang?" Her voice was faintly murderous. The servant's slander had aroused her murderous intent. She didn't care whether that person should be punished for his words or not. She was a member of the Yang family. No matter who it was, as long as they harmed the Yang family's reputation and interests, they would be her enemy. And her best solution was to turn the other party into a dead person. Yang Fan understood what she meant. He shook his head gently and said, "This person isn't important. What's important is that these rumors are just random gossip spread by someone who has found some clues, or that someone has ulterior motives." Gu Zhuting said, "Lang, don't worry. I will find out." Yang Fan said, "If there really is someone with ulterior motives, as long as you touch him, even if you find out the truth, it will alert the enemy. Don't touch him for now, just keep an eye on him. I want to know if there is someone behind him. If there is, who is this person and what is his purpose?" Gu Zhuting nodded and quietly returned to the crowd. When Yang Fan returned to the carriage, his heart suddenly became heavy. He didn't know how they were discovered just by going to Xing Jiaoxing. Could it be that someone had been monitoring their movements? The rumors spread by this person were both true and false. Was it because he heard it from others, or was it because someone instructed him to do so? If this person wasn't the one who spread the rumors, then it would be extremely difficult for Ting to find out who the real one was. If this was just a rumor, Yang Fan wouldn't care at all. He had already experienced the ability of ordinary people to make groundless accusations. However, it was true that Wan was pregnant. Wan fought with her life in front of the Empress to fight for a chance to live for her and the child. The condition for the Empress to let Wan and the child go was that the news couldn't be leaked and it couldn't become a scandal. If this was the plan of someone with ulterior motives, then he would definitely take further action. The Emperor did not care about the rumors and slander of the common people, and he would not have the opportunity to hear the rumors and slander of the common people. However, once this matter was proven to be the truth by the nobility, the only choice the Empress had was to use the blood of Wanner and the child to wash away the humiliation the court had suffered. This matter was related to his woman and his child, so he didn't dare to be careless. This time, Yang Fan was very lucky. Du Wentian had just sent someone to spread the news when he heard it with his own ears. Gu Zhuting secretly watched the servant of the Du residence. With her skills and alertness, the servant of the Du residence naturally couldn't discover her. He spread the news in the brothel for a while, and then turned to another tavern. This servant of the Du residence was very diligent in the matters that the young master had asked him to do. Wherever he went, he would go to places where there were many people, find an excuse to strike up a conversation, and then lead the topic to the scandal between Zhang Changzong and Shangguan Wan. Gu Zhuting followed him to 2 places and confirmed that this person wasn't just casually telling others about it. He was intentionally spreading the news. In other words, he was the one directly spreading the rumors. This made it much easier to investigate. Gu Zhuting quietly watched him until he returned to the Du residence. After confirming his identity, she hurriedly returned to the island in the center of the lake. The Du clan of Fanchuan? When Yang Fan heard Gu Zhuting reveal the other's identity, he couldn't help but feel surprised. The Du clan of Fanchuan had no enmity with him. Moreover, his succession hall was closely cooperating with the Guanlong family, and the Du clan of Fanchuan was one of his important partners. What was the Du clan's intention? Although the rumors didn't involve him, the head of the Du clan, Du Jingting, was well aware of the relationship between him and Shangguan Wan. It was also because of this relationship that he had won the trust and support of the aristocratic families in Guanlong. What was the Du clan's intention in doing this? Yang Fan's mind raced, but he still couldn't figure it out. At this moment, Gu Zhuting bitterly said. It must be Princess Annel's doing. She was humiliated by Ah Lang in Chang, an East market, so she bears a grudge and wants to ruin. At this point, Gu Zhuting suddenly paused, feeling that her speculation wasn't correct. She muttered to herself, "No, if it's because Princess Annel bears a grudge against Ah Lang, she should have said that the adulterer was Ah Lang. Why did she link it to Zhang Changzong?" Hearing this, Yang Fan found it a bit strange and asked, "The one who spread the rumors is the Du clan of Fanchuan. What does it have to do with Princess Annel?" Gu Zhuting curiously asked, "Does Ah Lang not know that the residence that Princess Annel and Royal Prince Gaoyang are living in is lent to them by the Du clan?" When Yang Fan heard this, he was also stunned. "You're saying that Princess Lu and her husband are living in the Du residence, in that courtyard?" Yang Fan didn't care about Wu Chongxuan and his wife at all, and had never thought of paying them a visit. Thus, he didn't even know where they lived. Gu Zhuting nodded in agreement. Yang Fan thought carefully and felt that this matter was more and more shrouded in mystery and unfathomable. If Wu Chongxuan and his wife were also involved, then what did this mean? He wasn't in the rumor, so it was obvious that he wasn't involved. Wan lived in the inner court for a long time and kept a distance from all the other powers. She didn't have any major interests, so there wouldn't be anyone who couldn't wait to get rid of her. Could it be that the other party's real target was Zhang Changzong? The more Yang Fan thought about it, the more he felt that this guess was the most reasonable. The Wu and Li families had long been afraid of the rise of the second Zhang. Because of Zhang Changzong's slander, the emperor executed the Wu couple and Li Zhongrun. The conflict between the two families had completely intensified. Could it be that someone had discovered that Wan was pregnant and wanted to use this as a pretext to get rid of the second Zhang? Yang Fan's cleverness had led to his own downfall. He had overcomplicated a very simple grudge. However, he didn't know that the Du family didn't know anything about this at all. This matter was completely caused by the personal grudge of the Du family's young master, Du Wentian, and Princess Annel's jealousy. Du Wentian didn't know of his true identity, and the Wu family didn't participate. This matter was actually a trick that a lecher and a narrow-minded woman had worked together to create. However, because the person the lecher hated was Zhang Changzong, who had given the order to beat him, he carried out Princess Annel's orders with his own goods and made the matter even more complicated. The situation was too complicated, and there were too many coincidences. Therefore, even with Yang Fan's alertness, he couldn't guess the true reason. Yang Fan suddenly remembered that Princess Annel had taken the liberty to visit Shanghai Wan and aroused his wariness. He had sent people to monitor Princess Annel's every move. Now that he knew that Princess Annel was living in the Du residence, perhaps those spies would have some information. Yang Fan immediately sent Ren Wei over the people responsible for monitoring Princess Annel to ask them personally. After receiving Yang Fan's orders, Ren Wei selected a total of 4 people from the Hall of Succession to be responsible for monitoring Princess Annel. These 4 people disguised themselves as peddlers and kept an eye on Princess Annel's residence every day. Every time Princess Annel left the residence, who she met and what she did, they all recorded it. Very quickly, Ren Wei found the 4 people in charge of the spies and brought them to Yang Fan. Yang Fan flipped through their record. He didn't expect that even the scene where Princess Annel met him by the Longqing Pond was recorded. On the 27th of the 5th month, 10:15, she met with the loyal General Yang Fan by the Longqing Pond. They talked for less than half an hour before both left in a huff, each expressing their displeasure. Although Yang Fan had a lot on his mind, he couldn't help but laugh when he saw their official records. He carefully flipped through it again and didn't find anything special to pay attention to. He put down the book and said to the person, "Your records are quite detailed. Why did Annel stay in the Du residence? Didn't Lu Qiantian arrange a place for them to stay?" This seemed strange to Yang Fan. Lu Qiantian was on the Empress's side, and should be very close to the Wu family. However, he actually didn't arrange a place for Wu Chongxuan and his wife. This didn't make any sense. Yang Fan's question wasn't within the scope of the spy's mission. However, they had done some research and immediately answered. Princess Annel wasn't satisfied with the accommodations arranged by the Lu residents. Therefore, she accepted the invitation of the Du family's young master, Du Wentian, to stay in the Du residence. Yang Fan said, "Does the Wu family and the Du family have any relationship?" He didn't mention Princess Annel because Li Guo had lived in Fangzhou since she was young and hadn't returned to the capital for long. It was impossible for her to have any relationship with the Du family. Up until now, he still suspected that the Du family and the Wu family had some secret relationship. The spy said, "I don't know if the Wu family and the Du family have any relationship." However, when Wu Chongxuan and his wife arrived at the capital, they encountered a frightened horse at the 10 Miles Pavilion. It was the young master of the Du family, Du Wentian, who killed the frightened horse and saved the couple. He even got injured because of this. That's how they became friends. The original head of the succession hall, young Master Jiang, had always been aloof and cold. He hated his subordinates talking too much. Therefore, when the people of the succession hall saw him, they would often tremble with fear. They would only answer one question and answer 2 questions without daring to say anything more. However, Yang Fan was very friendly. The spy's nervousness gradually disappeared. He suddenly thought of an interesting story and couldn't help but blurt out, however, "I heard from the servants of the Du residence that the young master of the Du family was actually injured the day before he welcomed Wu Chongxuan and his wife. That day, he was harassing a woman at Xingjiao Temple and was beaten up. He wanted to cover up the injury on his face. That's why he created the frightened horse incident." Yang Fan was taken aback, and his eyes gradually lit up. Chapter 1030. When Yang Fan heard that Du Wentian was the lecher who was beaten up by Zhang Changzong at Xingjiao Temple, he immediately figured out some of the problems that he had been hesitating about. Gu Zhuting also came to a realization and said excitedly, "I understand now." Du Wentian teased Xiao Miao and was taught a lesson by Zhang Fengchen. He bore a grudge, and after knowing Zhang Fengchen's identity, he guessed Sister Wan Er's identity, so he wants to take revenge on Zhang Fengchen. Yang Fan nodded and said, "Yes, that should be the case. I thought this was a conspiracy between the Wu and Du families against Second Zhang. I didn't expect it to be a personal grudge between Du Wentian and Zhang Changzong." Gu Zhuting relaxed her brows and said, "Since the reason is so simple, then it's easy to handle. Can you leave this matter to me?" Yang Fan glanced at her and said, "What do you plan to do?" Gu Zhuting said, "This matter was caused by Du Wentian. As long as we can make this trouble shut up, the storm will naturally subside." Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh and said, "I knew it, your idea is to kill. Du Wentian's identity is not simple, who knows how many subordinates he has told about this matter. If he suddenly dies, do you think the Du family will let it go easily? Will the Du family not investigate the cause? Moreover," Yang Fan's gaze deepened, "I have never understood why Princess Enlu, who has never interacted with Wan Er, suddenly came to visit. In terms of friendship, the two of them are not even close. If she wanted to curry favor, Enlu is the princess of the Li family and the daughter-in-law of the Wu family. There is no need for her to curry favor with Wan Er. Why do you think she did this?" Gu Zhuting's eyes flickered and she said in a low voice, "Lang is saying that Princess Enlu is also involved in this matter?" Yang Fan nodded lightly and said in a low voice, "Very likely." Gu Zhuting's expression changed. If Princess Enlu was involved in this matter, then it wouldn't be easy to handle. Gu Zhuting thought for a while and said doubtfully, "But why did Princess Enlu participate in this matter? Why did she hurt Sister Wan Er and Zhang Changzong? She should hate Lang. She doesn't know the relationship between Lang and Sister Wan Er." Yang Fan said, Don't forget, her brother Li Zhongruan and sister Princess Yongtai died because of Zhang Changzong. Gu Zhuting exclaimed. She wants to use this matter to avenge her brother and sister. Yang Fan said, that can only be the reason. Otherwise, why would she participate in it? She had no enmity with Wanner. Now that she was conspiring with Du Wentian, it could only be because they had a common enemy. I've always thought that this Li Guo has no redeeming qualities. I didn't expect that for the sake of her brother and sister's blood feud, she didn't hesitate to attack Zhang Er. When Yang Fan said these words, his tone inevitably had a hint of admiration. Zhang was the Empress's most beloved gigolo. After the death of Li Zhongruan and Wu Yanji, although the Wu and Li families hated Zhang to the core, they were afraid of the Empress. Other than mobilizing the imperial censors to send a few impeachment memorials, they did not do anything else. They were really lacking in courage. Unexpectedly, in the end, it was this despised Li Guo who schemed and schemed to avenge her brother and sister. Yang Fan also had a blood feud and naturally admired Princess Enli's actions. However, Enli's tools of revenge were Wanner and the child in her womb. They were all his closest relatives. Naturally, he couldn't just stand by and do nothing just because he admired Enli's actions. Yang Fan paced slowly and muttered to himself for a long time. Suddenly, he asked Gu Zhuting, when did Mr. Mu say Wanner will give birth? Yang Fan's change of topic was too fast. Gu Zhuting was stunned at first and then replied, Mr. Mu said that Sister Wanner will give birth in about 10 days. Mr. Mu's name was Mu Hui. He was a famous doctor in Chang'an. However, what was not known was that he was also a member of the Successor Hall. The talents recruited by the Succession Hall included people from all walks of life, and this Mu Hui was one of them. However, Mu Hui himself did not know that he belonged to the Successor Hall. He only knew that he belonged to a powerful force. In the Successor Hall, other than a small number of core people, the rest were mostly in the game and could not see the whole picture. They did not know what organization they were in and naturally had no way of talking about the purpose of the organization's existence. As for the various professions, the Successor Hall was even more mysterious. This was because it used its position and ability as the upper echelon to indirectly control and influence the various professions. Those professions did not even feel that there was a huge force in the world influencing and controlling everything. When some professions made a certain choice based on the current situation and court politics, they thought that it was a decision they had made on their own initiative. However, they did not know that the basis that influenced their decision was created or provided to them by the Successor Hall. The Successor Hall used this method to ensure their mysteriousness. In this era, giving birth was undoubtedly a matter of life and death for a woman. Yang Fan did not dare to be careless. Because Wanner's identity could not be revealed to the public, he used the famous doctor from the Successor Hall. Even so, every time he invited him to take Wanner's pulse, he would be blindfolded. Even when taking the pulse, he could not see the patient. As for the midwife waiting to give birth, there was no need to go outside to invite someone. Gu Zhuting could do it. In the beginning, when she was carrying out a mission, she pretended to be a midwife's apprentice for a long time. She learned the skill of midwifery during that time. After listening to Gu Zhuting's words, Yang Fan muttered to himself, 10 days, 10 days. Yang Fan suddenly felt a little upset. Could it be that something unexpected would happen in these 10 days? Yang Fan sat down and thought for a long time without saying anything. Seeing this, Gu Zhuting motioned for everyone to leave. She fetched a cup of water and gently brought it to Yang Fan. Yang Fan did not take the cup of water. Instead, he gently took her wrist and pulled her into his arms. Gu Zhuting twisted her body in embarrassment and said, "Ah Lang, outside the hall, there is someone." Yang Fan was stunned for a moment before he burst into laughter. He gently slapped Gu Zhuting's plump buttocks and said with a smile, "What are you thinking about? I have something to ask you." Gu Zhuting thought that Lang was distracted and had come up with an absurd idea. She could not help but feel a little embarrassed, but it turned out that she was wrong and became even more embarrassed. Yang Fan pretended not to see her embarrassment and seriously asked, "Little Ting, if I ask you to disguise yourself as Wan can you do it?" Gu Zhuting slightly restrained her embarrassment and slightly frowned. She shook her head and said, "Ah Lang, how can there be such a miraculous disguise technique in this world? It's not a disguise technique but magic. I can disguise myself as someone else, but I can't completely impersonate someone else." Yang Fan originally only had a glimmer of hope, but after hearing her words, he could not help but sigh softly. When he secretly received the Prince of Luling back to the capital in Fangzhou, Gu Zhuting and the Prince of Luling disguised themselves not only to deceive the pursuers but also to deceive their own people. But at that time, both the real and fake Prince of Luling had disguised themselves as a middle-aged man who looked 60 to 70% similar to the Prince of Luling's real appearance. At that time, the reason for doing so was very reasonable. They were hiding from the pursuers, so of course the Prince of Luling had to disguise himself. In the beginning, he was able to hide from Princess Taiping in the Dragon Gate, because Princess Taiping and her brother had not seen each other for 16 years. The tough imprisonment had turned the high-spirited young emperor into an old and haggard middle-aged man. As for the time when Gu Zhuting pretended to be Yang Fan, it was only somewhat similar. When they walked on the long street, they were surrounded by his bodyguards. Bystanders could only watch from a distance, and at that time there were no acquaintances in front of them, so the people who saw him had a preconceived impression. Later, when they visited him, they saw that he was indeed wounded by an arrow, so naturally they would not suspect anything. But now Wu Chongxuan and his wife had seen Shanghai Wan'er a few months ago. Although Gu Zhuting's disguise technique was miraculous, she could not completely disguise herself as someone they knew. Moreover, Wan'er was elegant and noble, with a scholarly charm, so it was very difficult to imitate her. Since this method was not feasible, Yang Fan could only dispel this whimsical idea and think of another way. There were a few wild flowers that could be seen everywhere on the island, a crystal-clear jade bottle with a thin neck and a small pair of scissors. After Wan'er trimmed the branches and inserted the cut wild flowers into the jade bottle, the pink or blue flowers, coupled with a few fresh green branches and leaves, became an appropriate scenery. As Yang Fan watched her arrange the flowers, he told her what he knew about the situation. Wan'er looked at the flowers in the bottle, put down the scissors, and turned to Yang Fan, saying, "Enlu has no reason to visit. The reason why I am vigilant is because of this. Now listening to what you said, I am afraid that she is indeed related to this matter. She came to visit me, presumably to verify whether what Du Wentian said is true." Yang Fan nodded and said, "I think so too. Although Enli's visit is inexplicable, since she is here, you have no reason not to see her. You did not see her, so she naturally believed Du Wentian's words." Wan'er said, "So, she began to act. Spreading rumors must be the first step of her plan." Yang Fan said, "That's right. Her target should be Zhang Changzong, but she does not know that the Emperor already knows that you are pregnant. She thinks that exposing this matter will make the Empress angry and embarrassed, and then she will execute Zhang Changzong like she executed Xue Huai. She does not know that Zhang Changzong will definitely be safe and sound, and only you will be implicated." Wan'er raised her pretty eyebrows and said with confusion, "But what can she do? As long as I do not see her, what can she do to me?" Yang Fan said, "This is exactly what I can't figure out no matter how much I think about it. However, this matter concerns your life and the child's life. No matter what, I cannot be careless. I must be cautious." Wan'er smiled slightly. There was some helplessness in her smile, but more of it was dependence and sweetness for Yang Fan. She gently snuggled into Yang Fan's arms and said softly, "I originally thought that this matter could be resolved without bothering Lang Jun. Who knew that when I came to Chang'an, I would encounter such a matter. In the end, Lang Jun still has to worry. Yang Fan rebuked, What are you saying? You are my woman. Of course, the matter between you and the child should be handled by me. Wanner nodded meekly and said, Since I am by your side, I will not care about anything. Everything will be decided by Lang Jun. Who told you to be my man? Yang Fan chuckled and gently pressed his cheek against hers. There was a feeling of peace and sweetness in his heart. After a while, Yang Fan softly broke the warm silence. I planned to pick a time to visit Wu Chongxuan. Wanner revealed a slightly surprised expression and asked, Is this necessary? Yang Fan said, I have already visited the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons. There is nothing wrong with visiting Wu Chongxuan. However, I will send someone to keep an eye on him. I will pick a time when Wu Chongxuan is not at home to visit him. Wanner suddenly said, Lang Jun wants to see Princess Annel? Yang Fan said, That's right. I wanted to sound her out. Although she is crafty, she is only clever in small matters. How shrewd could she be? If I go see her, I might be able to grasp some clues. Perhaps I can guess what she wants to do. Wanner's eyes flickered and she said, If Royal Prince Gaoyang is not at home, how will Princess Annel see you? Yang Fan naturally would not confess his ill-fated relationship with Li Guo to Wanner. He only laughed and said, Mountain people have their own clever plans. Wanner did not ask any more questions. She gently nodded and said, Then Lang Jun should go and try. If it really doesn't work, don't forget that there is still Zhang Changzong. Yang Fan understood and said, I understand. In the Jianghu, who can remain aloof? Besides, this matter started because of him. If necessary, I will ask Zhang Fengchen to come out of seclusion and borrow his swift blade. Chapter 1031. In the afternoon light, 2 sturdy black oxen slowly pulled an oil-walled carriage along Vermilion Bird Avenue. Thin bamboo curtains hung over the windows. Strands of clear light seeped in through the gaps in the curtains, allowing the bustling sounds of the street to be heard. A pair of embroidered lotus shoes were neatly placed in front of the couch. Gu Zhuting, wearing only a pair of white socks, was curled up on the couch like a cat. Her delicate body was shrouded in a dress, so only a pair of delicate feet could be seen. Every now and then, those delicate feet would twitch, a reaction caused by Yang Fan's large hands occasionally harassing her. The two had just become husband and wife, and were in the heat of their passion. Gu Zhuting had a shy and sensitive constitution, but she did not dare to defy Yang Fan in the slightest. As a result, Yang Fan especially liked to bully her, seeing her shy and afraid, yet still having to submit to his adversity, pitifully. Even though this was the busiest and most bustling Vermilion Bird Avenue in Chang'an, the oil-purifying vehicles with their curtains hanging down formed a relatively independent and secret space. Listening to the noise and hawking outside and making her happy, it was really a different kind of fun. Don't. Alang. Gu Zhuting suddenly let out a delicate cry and shrank back. Her slender body was as taut as a bow, and her perky buttocks formed a round and graceful curve under her light yellow dress. Her soft hands also reached out to grab Yang Fan's large hands and began to plead in a low voice. Her husband's actions were getting more and more excessive. This was a street, and she truly could not hold back her embarrassment. Yang Fan had always wanted to tease her, not to be so licentious. Now that he had achieved his goal, he couldn't help but laugh and let go of this flying heroine who was always like a pitiful child in front of him. He stretched out his hand and pulled on the purple rope hanging from the carriage wall, pulling the curtain aside a little. The carriage instantly lit up and the hawkers became even clearer. Yang Fan leaned his back against the carriage wall and let out a long sigh. Today, he was going to visit Wu Chongxuan. Today, Wei Du and the other Guanlong clans acted as hosts, holding a banquet at Tsuchi's Hibiscus restaurant, inviting the Prince of Xiang's 5 sons and Wu Chongxuan. Zhang Changzong, Shanghai Wan'er, as well as the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, the Ministry of Justice, the Supreme Court and other officials from the capital who had been sent to Chang'an in advance had all received invitations. At this time, Wu Chongxuan was not in the residence, so Yang Fan came. This time, the patriarchs of the two great clans of Wei and Du had gathered all the influential gentry of Chang'an and invited the nobles and officials of the capital to a banquet. This was tantamount to the gentry of Chang'an welcoming the emperor's move to the capital and publicly declaring their stance. Wu Chongxuan, the prince of Xiang's 5 sons, Zhang Changzong, Chen Dong, Hu Yuanli, and the others had all gladly attended the banquet. Shanghai Wan'er naturally declined. Ever since Wan'er arrived in Chang'an, she rarely interacted with the local officials, gentry, and nobles. However, her reaction was not unexpected because she was a female official. Even though her reputation, status, and even power and influence were no longer limited to the internal court, she was still a 6th-level female official in terms of status. It was very sensitive for officials of the internal court to have close relations with factions outside the palace, especially since she was not at the Son of Heaven's side, so she had to avoid suspicion. Yang Fan was also not invited because he was a military general. A military general had limited influence in court politics, and the gentry of Chang'an did not need to wholeheartedly befriend them. Moreover, befriending a military general was just as sensitive as befriending an internal official. It was very easy for rumors to spread, so he was also not invited. The scenery of the streets flashed by through the gap in the curtain. Yang Fan's thoughts gradually calmed down. He did not know if this trip to Princess Annel's residence would give him the answer he wanted, but he had to try. This matter concerned the safety of his woman and his child, so he had to actively respond. He needed to understand just what Li Guo was planning. Although he had already sent people to secretly monitor Li Guo's every move, there were many things that Li Guo did not need to personally appear. She only needed to formulate a plan and then order her subordinates to carry it out. Yang Fan could not possibly monitor all the servants of the princess's residence. Once he waited for Princess Annel to personally appear, it would be the time to reveal his true intentions. It was hard to predict whether he would be able to react in time. A flash of light passed through the gap in the carriage and shone between his brows and the high bridge of his nose. It divided his face into 2 parts. One part was dark because the walls of the carriage blocked the light. The other part was divided by the bamboo curtain into alternating light and dark, making his appearance seem somewhat mysterious. Yang Fan gazed in a daze out the window. Nothing he saw in front of him entered his heart. His thoughts were completely immersed in his heart. He was thinking about Annel's plot and searching for a solution. He had to assess the consequences if he failed. He had to estimate the reactions of the various factions and the effect it would have on the future situation. His identity, Wan'er's identity, and Zhang Changzong's identity determined that this matter that had started with a personal grudge would not end with a personal success or failure. No matter how this matter was resolved, it would not only affect his family. What kind of position one was in would naturally affect what kind of influence there was. Only now did he deeply understand why it was said, "The emperor has no family matters." Right now, he was like an uncrowned king. His every action had far-reaching effects. Pulling one hair could affect the entire situation. It was said, "One movement and one stillness are like the wind and clouds, one joy and one anger are like thunder." Gu Zhuting rested her head on his lap and stared foolishly at his handsome appearance of deep thought. Her eyes were filled with lingering love. Just now, in order to avoid Yang Fan's sneak attack on her vitals, her body had been bent like a bow and her perky bottom was hanging off the bed. Only now did she quietly shrink back and lay contentedly on his body like a kitten. Gu Zhuting was very satisfied with everything she had now and treasured everything she had now. Not so long ago, she had been a lowly servant, a cold-blooded killer. She did not want her descendants to repeat her life. She had long predicted her tragic fate, so she vowed not to marry. But now, she had a man who doted on her and loved her. She had a happy and stable family. Not only could she be a happy little woman, she could also have the right to be a mother. She treasured all of this. Bystanders could not imagine just how satisfied and happy she was at this moment. Those pampered daughters of noble families would sit in their rooms and lean on the embroidered bed, being meticulously taken care of. They would read legendary novels and be incomparably envious of those female flying heroes and female swordsmen who freely roamed the Jianghu, happily settling debts of gratitude and enmity. But for her, everything she had now was extremely precious. She especially treasured everything she had now. She knew that everyone in this family was a part of her happiness, so she loved the house and its dog. She was willing to give everything she had for her family. But she also knew that some things could not be solved with simple violence. She was a killer. She was proficient in all kinds of killing techniques and could deal with all kinds of tricks in the Jianghu. But the imperial court and the Jianghu were two completely different worlds. In this world, she was as innocent as a newborn baby. She could not share more of her man's burden. All she could do was not let her man worry about her anymore. She wanted to give him more joy, stay by his side, and protect his safety. She was like a small fish that had finally found a quiet bay. No matter how big the Jianghu was, it had nothing to do with her. Her world was already here. The ox cart was already moving slowly, but now it was even slower. Because someone was setting up a stage to perform on the long street, many people had gathered around to watch. Sitting in the cart, Yang Fan immediately saw the stage in the middle of the crowd. Coincidentally, he also saw Elder Mo Guan. Magic tricks were a novelty, so they frequently changed the performance venue to attract more people who had not seen their performance before. This way they could earn more money. When Yang Fan saw them, he seemed to have thought of something. His brows furrowed into a frown. Gu Zhuting wanted to stretch out her hand and use her gentle fingertips to iron out the wrinkles between his eyebrows, but she did not dare to. Yang Fan's eyes flashed. He suddenly lowered his head and whispered in her ear. Gu Zhuting listened carefully and nodded slightly from time to time. The ox cart slowly bypassed the crowd and continued to move forward. When the cart passed by the next square, the curtain was lifted and a strong figure jumped out of the cart. This person was dressed in green. He was tall and had an ordinary appearance. He was a middle-aged man who was about 30 years old. He dusted his robe and wiped the beard on his lips. Then, he elegantly walked towards the crowd of people who were watching the magic trick performance. Yang Fan watched Gu Zhuting's back disappear into the crowd and gently put down the curtain. The lotus-colored chiffon covered the intricately carved bed frame. The chiffon fluttered down like a cloud and the white and naked beauty's curves could be seen at a glance. Du Wentian excitedly held the fragrant buttocks and gritted his teeth as if he had seen an irreconcilable enemy. The sound of the embroidery bed was endless, but the palace maids had already moved far away and no one could hear the sound that would cause people to have wild and fanciful thoughts. The palace maids had long been suspicious of the unusual interaction between the young master of the Du family and their princess, but no one dared to say anything. They were the dowry maids of the princess, and they knew very well how the husband of the prince consort was subservient to the princess. Moreover, the master and the mistress were the princess and the prince consort. No matter which side they stood on, they would not have a good ending. The only way to protect themselves was to pretend to be deaf and mute. Du Wentian was in a frenzy of passion. That kind of extreme pleasure, both psychological and physical, was something that he could not obtain from any other woman. This was because the woman under his crotch was a noble princess. Even if other women were more beautiful than her, it was impossible for them to have her noble status. However, it was also because of her noble status and beautiful appearance that gave him a feeling of supreme bliss. Thus, when he had an affair with this princess, she was never satisfied. Du Wentian had long been emptied of his body by wine and women. When he had an affair, He either had the heart but lacked the strength, or he would hastily finish it. He had already sensed the princess' dissatisfaction. In the past, no matter how delicious the women he had obtained were, as long as he was satisfied and happy, he did not need to consider the other party's feelings. However, this time, it was not possible, so he could only find another way. Yesterday, when he heard that Prince Consort Wu was going to attend the banquet at the Chuchi, Du Wentian immediately made preparations. He had Chunjia spend a lot of money to buy him a medicine to liven up the mood. Before he came, he even defecated himself in the toilet so that he wouldn't get too excited and end things carelessly. After entering the screen, he had to use his tongue to serve for a long time before he pulled the saddle and mounted the horse. Now, he had been galloping on the horse for the time it took for half an incense stick to burn, but he was still as vigorous as before. He could not help but feel proud of himself. Liguor's interest was aroused by his unexpected performance, but she always felt that there was still a little bit to go deeper and more substantial, so she could not help but take the initiative to cater to him. Liguor's perfectly round buttocks followed his movements skillfully and cleverly moved to meet him. Unfortunately, this great General Du could only ride a carefree horse. Liguor only moved slightly to meet him, but he felt his spinal cord go numb and suddenly spasm. "Don't stop!" Liguor cried out, but it was too late. Liguor gritted her teeth and angrily straightened her body. She threw Du Wentian, who was lying on her back like a dead dog, onto the couch and scolded, "What a useless piece of trash!" Liguor resentfully got off the couch, put on a thin gauze, and walked around the screen without looking back. Behind the screen was another room, and there was a corner door decorated with flowers and murals on the wall. Liguor pushed open the corner door and entered a bathroom. The bathtub was filled with hot water, and the water was sprinkled with bright flower petals. Liguor took off her light robe and dipped it into the water. She angrily shouted, "Servants!" There was another door outside the bathroom, and 2 palace maids in short sleeves were already waiting outside. Hearing the sound, they quickly came in and served the princess as she bathed. Du Wentian dejectedly climbed up, and while secretly cursing the quack doctor for deceiving him, he weakly put on his clothes and walked out from the other door. Yang Fan's carriage slowly stopped in front of the Du residence. Yang Fan held the invitation card in his hand and walked up the stairs. He grabbed the door knocker and knocked. The prince consort was not in the residence, but Yang Fan was sure that Liguor would definitely know of his arrival. This was because this was the princess' residence and not the prince consort's residence. There had always been a princess residence in the world. Being the prince consort meant being a son-in-law. Even if Wu Chongxuan had the title of a Junwang, it was still the same. The princess was the royal family. Wu Qingxi and Wu Sanxi had worked hard for more than 10 years. They had always wanted the Wu family to become a royal family, but because Wu Zetian hadn't chosen any of the Wu family's nephews as the crown prince, they had never been able to cross this threshold. Because of this, even though Wu Chongxuan was a Junwang, he was married to Enlu, and his residence could only be called the princess residence. This was not just a matter of title, it also meant that the owner of this residence was the princess. The Guanlong family had invited Wu Chongxuan to a banquet, but the invitation could not be directly given to Wu Chongxuan. Instead, it had to be given to Princess Enlu. This was etiquette. One of the maids serving Liguor as she bathed was kneeling in the courtyard. Her cheeks were red and swollen from being slapped by a fierce-looking mammy. Another maid was kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear and trepidation. Liguor's anger was ignited, but she could not vent it because Du Wentian was too useless. Her temper inevitably became irritable. At first, she disliked the maid for being too gentle, but when she used a bit more force, she complained that it hurt her skin. She could not help but vent her anger on this unlucky maid. The housekeeper of the princess' residence walked over with an invitation. When he saw the situation, he knew that the princess was not in a good mood and could not help but feel nervous. When he was still about 10 feet away from her, He stopped and carefully reported, Princess, General Zhong Yang Fan, has come to visit the prince consort. Yang Fan? Li Guo turned to look at her and muttered to herself in confusion, why does he want to see the prince consort? Li Guo thought about it and ordered, invite him to the guest hall. This princess will go see him immediately. The housekeeper agreed and quickly slipped away. Li Guo looked at the little palace made with swollen cheeks and bleeding from the corner of her mouth. She said fiercely, continue to hit her, teach her a lesson. She then shook her sleeve and shouted, servants, help this princess change my clothes. Chapter 1032. Yang Fan clasped his hands behind his back and leisurely looked around the living room he was in. This living room had white stone steps and a vermilion lacquer door. In the hall there was a table, a pillar, and a plaque, all of which were ancient. On the walls of the two rooms, there were several freehand landscapes painted in ink. On the pillar in the middle of the hall, there was a couplet that read, there are 3 parts of water, 4 parts of bamboo, 7 parts of bright moon. From the 5-step tower, 10 steps of the pavilion, 100 steps of cool breeze. Although the hall was deep, the windows were wide open, reflecting a bright light without the slightest hint of darkness. Outside the window, the rockery and wisteria were overflowing with greenery. Its natural charm complemented the simple and ancient style of the hall. Whether it was a stone or a wood outside the hall, or a pillar or a beam in the hall, they all carried a special flavor left behind by time, showing a special kind of solemnity. With Yang Fan's current financial resources, he could also decorate such a hall, but even if he built it exactly the same as this guest hall, even if there was no difference between the curtains and the bonsai, he would not be able to create the flavor of this hall. This flavor was accumulated in this hall for more than 200 years. It was not something that could be replicated by artificial means. This was the old house of the Du family. Every brick, tile, grass, and wood had a story, but Li Guo did not like it very much. But this was her temporary place to live. It was not good for her to make any changes. If this was her house, the furnishings in the hall would be inlaid with gold and jade, and the curtains would also be made of silk, extremely extravagant to suit her taste. It's rare for General Yang to visit my humble home. What a surprise! Following a teasing remark, Li Guo slowly walked out from behind the screen. The crimson gauze dress and the light yellow skirt made her waist slender and chest straight. Her wet hair was playfully tied up, and her face was elegant and otherworldly, like the first green on the top of a mountain in spring. At this time, she was not painted in red, nor decorated with jade or gold, but because of this, she revealed a kind of unadorned elegance. Even if he hated her character, Yang Fan could not help but have his eyes brighten when he saw her, secretly praising this woman's extraordinary beauty. What? Li Guo saw the appreciation in Yang Fan's eyes and couldn't help but feel happy. She stood gracefully and looked at Yang Fan with a smile, spun around and said, Am I beautiful? Yang Fan restrained the admiration in his eyes and cupped his hands towards her, saying, This Yang greets your highness. Li Guo raised her chin and snorted softly. She walked past him and purposely brushed her fragrant dress against his robes. She stood still in front of him and said, Is General Yang here to look for my husband? It's a pity he's not at home today. He went to Tsuchi to drink. Yang Fan followed her and turned around. Looking at her black hair, he said in a low voice, The so-called visit to Prince Consort Wu is just an excuse. Princess has always been intelligent. Could it be that you can't guess that this Yang has come for your highness? Li Guo raised her eyebrows and said, What are you looking for me for? As she asked, she couldn't help feeling nervous in her heart. It can't be. Could it be that he found out about the rumor that Du Wentian had people spread so quickly? And he found out about it on me? Yang Fan said in a low voice, This Yang has been entrusted by Zhang Fengchen to ask your highness about something. Li Guo was stunned. She suddenly turned around and faced him. She said in shock, Zhang Changzong? What does he want to ask me? The purpose of Yang Fan's visit today was to beat the grass and scare the snake. When Yang Fan said this, he was paying attention to her reaction. As long as her expression changed, it would be impossible to hide it from his eyes. However, Li Guo's surprised expression was not fake at all. Seeing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but think, could it be that I'm being overly suspicious? Does the rumor that Du Wentian spread have nothing to do with her? If that's the case, then I don't need to worry so much. I just need to teach that Du Wentian a lesson and let him know how powerful he is. From then on, he will shut up. Yang Fan didn't know that this was because when Du Wentian carried out Li Guo's orders, he had secretly changed the adulterer's name. He suddenly mentioned Zhang Changzong. If Li Guo knew the details, of course she would have some reaction. However, in Li Guo's heart, she still thought that the male lead in the rumor was him, Yang Fan. When Yang Fan suddenly mentioned Zhang Changzong, of course she would be puzzled. In that instant, hundreds of thoughts ran through both of their minds. When Yang Fan thought about how Li Guo went to visit Wanner on the island in the middle of the lake, he still couldn't let it go. He wanted to probe again, but there were still 4 palace maids standing in the corner of the hall. Just now, the 2 of them didn't speak loudly. If he continued to speak quietly, he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion. Thinking of this, Yang Fan laughed and said, "This matter is a long story, can I discuss it with Princess in private?" Li Guo originally thought that he was here because of the rumor in the marketplace. She didn't expect him to suddenly mention Zhang Changzong. No matter how hard Li Guo tried, she couldn't figure out what there was to talk about between her and Zhang Changzong. Her curiosity was piqued and she said, "If that's the case, please follow me to the small study room to talk." This small study room was next to the living room, hidden behind a screen. The furnishings in the small study room were naturally more luxurious than the living room, and as graceful as possible. Li Guo brushed her skirt and sat down on the Luohan couch. Her elbow rested on the Kong table, her left foot landed on the footstool, and her right leg crossed over her left knee. Under her skirt, a delicate and cute embroidered shoe was revealed, swaying gently. This posture in front of a man other than her husband was unavoidably a little inappropriate. But with her slender waist bent, it made her waist look like a restraint. With the embroidered shoe swaying lightly, she looked even more mischievous and cute. Li Guo rested her chin on her hand and glanced at Yang Fan with a smile that wasn't a smile. She said, "Well, there's no one else here other than you and me. If you have anything to say, feel free to say it." She didn't ask Yang Fan to sit down. Towards Yang Fan, she naturally didn't need any hospitality. Yang Fan slowly walked to the chair opposite her. There was a table beside the chair and on the table was a green muslin window. On both sides of the window was a pair of couplets which read, "Don't be arrogant, you will have your own creation. Everything is decided by heaven. Why bother using traps?" Yang Fan skimmed through this pair of couplets before turning around. He calmly lifted the hem of his robe and sat down on the chair. He calmly said, "Zhang Fengchen clearly knows the real reason why Shangguan Daiji was sent to Chang'an." When Li Guo heard the 4 words, Shangguan Wanner, her expression suddenly changed. He really knows. Du Wentian, this idiot. Not only is he useless in bed, he is even more useless in doing things. He actually let others find him so quickly. If it weren't for the fact that I really have no one to use in Chang'an, I wouldn't have used this useless person no matter what. Li Guo's sudden change in expression was naturally seen by Yang Fan. He finally confirmed that Li Guo must have been involved in this matter. Yang Fan slowly said, "Shangguan Daiji has been serving the emperor since he was 14 years old. For many years, he has been the person that His Majesty relies on and trusts the most. That is why His Majesty cares for Shangguan Daiji so much. Your Highness should be clear about this?" Li Guo sneered and raised her eyebrows. Since the matter had already been exposed, there was no need for her to hide it anymore. She sneered and said, "So what?" Yang Fan said, His Majesty is also very clear about the cause and effect of Shangguandaiji matter. His Majesty sent Shangguandaiji to Chang'an out of care and concern. Because this matter is extremely secretive, His Majesty ordered Zhang Fengchen to take care of him in case anything happens. Does the princess understand this matter? Du Wentian spread the rumor about Shangguan Wan'er and Zhang Changzong, so Yang Fan didn't think that Li Guo's real target was him. He thought that Li Guo wanted to use this matter to kill Zhang Changzong. Even though Li Guo had 1,000 faults, but in the matter of her avenging her brother and sister, Yang Fan actually admired her very much. But no matter how much he admired her, he had to find a way to dispel Li Guo's idea. Because the reason Li Guo used to attack Zhang Changzong was the pregnant Wan. If her plot succeeded, it would harm Wan and the child. Yang Fan's hint was to tell her, the emperor is already clear about this matter and has already pardoned her. Zhang Changzong is under orders to protect her. If you want to use this matter to make a big fuss, you won't be able to bring down Zhang Changzong. You will only harm Shangguan Wan'er, who has nothing to do with you. But Li Guo thought that the male protagonist of the scandal was Yang Fan himself, so Yang Fan's words naturally didn't have the desired effect. Li Guo thought, you finally know fear. You actually used Zhang Changzong to pressure me. What kind of friendship do you have with Zhang Changzong? Even if Imperial Grandmother handed this matter over to him, if the scandal is exposed, it won't harm him at all. He has already offended my Li family and the Wu family once, and came to Chang'an to avoid trouble. Will he offend the Wu and Li families again for you and Shangguan Wan'er? Once Shangguan Wan'er dies, the power in the palace will all belong to Zhang Changzong. I'm afraid this result is exactly what he wants. Thinking of this, Li Guo proudly asked, so what if I understand? So what if I don't? Yang Fan said, Princess, aren't you afraid of angering Zhang Fengchen? Li Guo sneered and mocked, General Yang, do you only know how to use Zhang Changzong to scare people now? Where is the arrogance you showed when you humiliated me in the East City? Where is the prestige you showed when you humiliated me by the Longqing Pond? Why do you keep mentioning Zhang Changzong? If you have the ability, you can continue to contradict me. She proudly stood up and gracefully walked to Yang Fan's side. She reached out and softly hooked her arm around his neck. Her slender waist slightly lowered, which further highlighted the perfect curve of her round and jade-like bottom. Her pearly white teeth bit her red lips, and her eyebrows stretched out into an extremely seductive expression. She seductively looked at Yang Fan and giggled. You said that I am very cheap. I also feel that I am especially cheap, because I like it more and more when you contradict me. The harder you contradict me, the happier I am. Come, let's continue. Perhaps when I am happy, I will crash. The trapdoor opened. Li Guo's round buttocks teasingly moved towards Yang Fan's thighs. She was about to sit, but her sitting posture was stiff in the air. She suddenly turned her head and saw Du Wentian barging in. After Du Wentian left Li Guo's place, he first went to find his attendant, Chen Jia, and gave him a torrent of abuse. Du Wentian also knew that this loyal servant would not deliberately cheat him, but he was the one who bought the fake medicine. Du Wentian fiercely scolded Chen Jia to vent his anger before returning. As soon as he came back, he heard that Yang Fan had come to visit. Du Wentian went to the living room and looked around. He did not see anyone in the living room, so he quickly went in to ask. He heard from the maids in the living room that the princess and General Yang had entered the small living room. Du Wentian panicked. A single man and a single woman, what were they doing in the small living room? This Du Wentian was also very jealous. Although Li Guo was not his wife, he was not willing to let other men touch her body. This princess's skirt was too loose. Although she and Yang Fan did not seem to be on good terms, but this Yang Fan was handsome and had a tall figure. Who knew if the princess's heart would ripple and bury the hatchet with him? Others did not dare to eavesdrop outside the small study room, but Du Wentian thought that as a guest of the princess, he had the right to do so. He quietly snuck outside the small study room and just happened to hear Princess Enlu teasing Yang Fan. For a moment, he was burning with jealousy and without thinking, he barged in. When Li Guo saw him, she could not help but feel relieved. She slowly straightened her body and said with a frosty face, "Who let you in?" Du Wentian hurriedly said, "Ah, I was rash, please forgive me, princess." Li Guo pointed her slim finger outside and scolded, "Get out!" Du Wentian was not willing to leave, so he randomly found an excuse and said, I am here to ask the princess about something important." How could Li Guo not know what he was thinking? What right did this bastard have to control her? If Yang Fan was not here, Li Guo would have already slapped him. Her almond-shaped eyes were filled with power as she said, "What important matter is it that you do not even care about etiquette?" Du Wentian did not have any important matter, he was just trying to beat around the bush. However, Enlu was not willing to let him go. Du Wentian had a sudden idea and really thought of an excuse. He hurriedly replied, "Isn't the princess going to hold a banquet at Daxing Garden on the 8th day of the 6th month to entertain the Chang, and officials and celebrities? I suddenly thought that the officials and nobles are always busy with work. Although there are still 7 or 8 days left, if the invitation is sent out late, I am afraid that they will be busy with work and it will be too hasty. I think it is better to send out the invitation early. What does the princess think?" On the 8th day of the 6th month, the Chang and officials and nobles were invited to a banquet at Daxing Garden. It was the day that Li Guo planned to make things difficult for Yang Fan. However, she did not expect that Du Wentian would actually say this in front of Yang Fan. Although Yang Fan might not know the real purpose of this matter, her expression still changed. In fact, for Du Wentian, he was flustered and could not think of any other excuse at the moment, so he used this as an excuse. In addition, the rumor he spread had nothing to do with Yang Fan, so he did not expect that Yang Fan came today because of that rumor. Li Guo angrily and anxiously scolded, "Who said that I am going to hold a banquet for the Chang and officials?" Du Wentian was stunned and said, "The princess intends to cancel the banquet?" While saying that, he quickly glanced at Yang Fan, thinking with jealousy and hatred, the princess originally wanted to swindle him as well, why did she suddenly change her mind? Could it be that the two of them have really put aside their previous enmity and hooked up together? Li Guo anxiously denied it, but then she realized that this was a cover-up, so she hurriedly said, "I intend to hold a banquet for the Chang and officials and nobles womenfolk that day. What can happen to these ladies and daughters? Are they afraid that they will not be able to attend the banquet in time? It doesn't matter if the invitation is sent 1 day earlier or 1 day later." Du Wentian laughed dryly and said, "Yes, yes, yes. If so, then there is no hurry to send out the invitation." Although he said this, his feet did not move, determined not to give the two a chance to be alone. At first, Yang Fan really did not pay attention to this matter that Du Wentian mentioned, because since Wu Chongxuan arrived in Chang'an, there were already a lot of things to do with the banquet. However, the change in the two's expression and Li Guo's denial and hurriedly trying to salvage the situation alerted him. Yang Fan's expression did not change, but his heart was slightly moved. Is there a big reason for the Daxing Garden banquet on the 8th of June? At this time, Wu Chongxuan also returned to the mansion. Wu Chongxuan was half drunk and excitedly returned to the mansion. As soon as he stepped through the second door, he asked a family member who came to greet him, "Where is the princess?" The family member answered, "General Zhongwu, Yang Fan came to visit. Since you are not here, the princess has gone to entertain the guests on your behalf." As soon as Wu Chongxuan heard that Princess Anil had gone to greet Yang Fan on his behalf, he felt very uncomfortable. He hurried to the living room, only to see that the living room was empty. Li Guo and Yang Fan were nowhere to be seen. His heart could not help but tighten. He hurriedly asked the maid in the living room, "Where is the princess and Yang Fan?" The maid bowed and answered, "The princess has invited General Zhongwu to the small study room for a chat." What? Wu Chongxuan became anxious as soon as he heard this. Why would a man be invited to the small study room for no reason? If word got out that a man and a woman were to be alone together, it would not be good. Wu Chongxuan strode to the small study room. When he entered the study room, he saw that not only was Yang Fan there, but Du Wentian was also there. Wu Chongxuan immediately relaxed. There were 3 people in the room. What could have happened? He did not know that the 2 brothers in the room were his brothers-in-law. The 2 of them, one after the other, had painted his head. Wu Chongxuan was dressed casually for the banquet. He wore a green veil over his head, a green robe with a crotch missing and a pair of high boots. The sunlight shone on him through the jade-green gauze window. It was a perfect match for the occasion.